driven nicely, but what is good here, he's not afraid to pitch up the ball as you saw there, trying to bring Temba Bavuma on the front foot. And with his natural ability to take the ball across the right-hander, that is not a bad option at all. The thing is, he has two slips. Well, it's really a first 1.5 and 2.5 kind of scenario there. As you said, a staggered slip. It's a little bit spread. It's just two of them there. You can see him aiming for that, trying to get it to go across the right-hander. That ends the over. 179 for 2.
Tidy over for Blades, just the tree coming from it. Well, this is a good response from the Proteas, responding to 397 that was posted by the Championship 11. We saw Makram with 82, and not much for Tony DeZorzi. I think he just got 9, and batting at 3 was Tristan Stubbs. He just had 8. Niall Smith and Anderson Phillip, the wicket takers for Championship 11.
So Kemar Roach is going to continue. I think Roach needs a bit of work. He needs a good workout here. I think what would help is if he was to get an early wicket or so, it would, make his work so much more enjoyable. Like I said, fast bowling is hard work, but when you get wickets, it gets a lot easier. It feels a lot easier.
Yeah. Picked up a bag full of wickets with Surrey in the county championship, Kemar Roach.
Again, you could hear him putting in the effort in those deliveries. I remember when, was it Monica Seles used to be playing tennis, and she would grunt every time she make a shot. But it was so loud, it was almost, it was like a put-off when she did it, because she would really be swinging for the fences, and every time she made a shot, she would, unleash this big grunt. And I suppose it probably put off some of her opponents too, but now a lot of people do it. And that's clipped away nicely. And so to me, in all sports, once you're putting out effort, I think a lot of people make that exclamation when they do that. It's just that in women's tennis, it was so unusual to hear somebody, you're accustomed to Jimmy Connors and John McEnroe, and they're making noise when they play, but you never got it from the women until Monica Seles started to grunt, and now, Serena Williams did it. A lot of players now, especially when they score a big winner, it's like a release. Which is adopting a good line here, but he's on the stumps a lot. But they could see the lack of pace in the wicket.
Okay, looking to target the front pad, wicket to wicket. Not much movement laterally for Kemar Roach.
Yeah, he was never a big mover of the ball in terms of whether you can move it in or out. It's well played. And a little bit of confusion there. Bavuma wanted the single, but it was an excellent bit of fielding at mid-wicket, almost a clean stop, and but he blocked it, he stopped it, not allowing it to go past him. He just couldn't pick it up cleanly.
Yeah, Shamar Springer, it is at mid-wicket. Spent the entire West Indies bowling innings off the field yesterday after that brilliant 100. It's back on the park today, this morning.
And again, this is a short ball. It probably didn't get up at all because you could see Bingham here waiting to pull, and then only to find the ball was down knee roll height, and he had to kind of reach down for it. First he had to wait for it, and then he had to just kind of corral it and turn it down behind square for a single. That ends the over. It's 182 for 2 now.
He played it well in the end. David Bellingham on to 42. Eyeing up a half century here.
It's gone past Temba Bavuma. And yesterday they were kind of level pegging. But remember he started, I'm trying to remember what was Bavuma's score when he came to the wicket. But Bavuma was probably, 18 around there by the time he came to the wicket.
Yeah. So the Jediah Blades is going to come back in.
That's lovely. That is another gorgeous shot. It's going to be 4 runs, no doubt about it. Just a little too much width there, and he's just staying on top of it.
Yeah, this is a good shot for more than one reason. He was playing on the up, and he hit it forward of that backward point fielder, and picked up another good-looking boundary. Second one of the morning for Bellingham.
I would think for just for protection of the bowler, I wouldn't be adamant if he was to put the sweeper on the boundary at point, just to give him some protection and tell him pitch the ball up. There he goes again, and that's exactly why I was saying that, because while he's angling the ball across the right-hander, he's giving him so much width. Two things might have to happen here. He might have to go around the wicket and then target the stumps and then try to straighten one, maybe hit the edge or hit the stumps.
Previously the mid-wicket fielder was brought in to the offside, and the Bellingham split the both of them, the backward point and the cover point fielder, and picked up a second boundary in the over.
Yeah, well, he's going around the wicket now, and that's the irony, because there's no mid-wicket. So there's a man on deep square, like forward of square, on the fence. And there he goes again, trying to pierce that offside field.
And that boundary brought up a 50 for Bellingham from 73 deliveries. Good fluent half century from the big right-hander. So just 3 on the leg side. 6-3 field, 2 slips, backward point, cover, and the mid-off.
Yes, and he's taking the mid-wicket and put him at cover. So there's that big gap. There's an acre of space there, so he cannot even drift towards that leg stump.
Yeah. I think though with the field set that he has, Blades, captain has asked him to sort of pitch it up, accounting for maybe a bit of away movement. At the moment, Bellingham alerted, and he's not that full too. He's sort of back of a length.
And now he's decided to put the protection out. He's taken out the one slip. He himself Graves has gone to short cover point. And he's pushed the cover onto the back down the point boundary.
Yeah, good here from Justin Greaves. Showing good awareness. Plug that gap now. Nice offside field. Just a one slip.
After the second boundary, I was thinking of one or the other, but it seems that he did both. He went around the wicket one, and he's given him the protection down at that point, because he's just a little too short and he's a little too wide. There he goes again. That's a brilliant shot. This one goes through mid-wicket. It's going to get close to the boundary, but it won't get there. and they're able to come back for a second run quite comfortably in the end. Springer is out there, but he does the fielding. It's the end of the over, an expensive one at that. It's 192 now for 2.
Yeah, good over 40 Proteas, 10 coming from it. Blades just not getting his radar right here early on.
I'm wondering if he would be a little more comfortable bowling from this top end. Sometimes you feel like you're going downhill from the northern end. I'm not sure if there's a big slope at the other end. And it's just that some bowlers, I don't know if it's a psychological thing, but some bowlers just seem to favor bowling at one end. You don't always get to, but sometimes it works in your favor. So I won't be surprised if he gets like switched to the northern end, but Roach is operating from this end at the moment. And since he's the one more than likely to be rejoining the test team, I suppose they want to see what his work is like.
Yeah, just looking at the ball, and it's still relatively good condition. It's just not doing much, really.
Yeah, it is it's a slow wicket too, and the ball, even if it does anything, the batsman can easily adjust. We see the kind of caution that Bavuma is playing with. He hasn't tried anything onto it. Again, that's a good delivery from Roach. Just trying to sneak that one in between bat and pad. Kadiri must be happy. Leah Bertrand is through to the semi-finals of the 100 meters at the Olympic Games. Unfortunately, Michelle Liahi, who finished 4th in her heat, wasn't fast enough. That's well played by Bavuma. And Roach did well to take all the sting out of it.
Yeah, I'm sure all trainees are going to be happy with Leah Bertrand. Ran an excellent race this morning.
Yeah, it is well, for some people the Olympics now start, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What is like 7 days of continuous track and field. Well, it started yesterday with the walking events, but today was the first real session. Another good drive from Bavuma.
Yeah, certainly things heating up in the Olympics.
Yeah, people still bewildered by the withdrawal of Sharika Jackson from the 100, but it has to be a kind of an injury concern, and so she's probably putting all her eggs in one basket in the 200s and skipping the 100. But the old lady of sprinting looked pretty decent this morning as well. Shillian Fraser Price. Talu also did very well. I remember Talu, although she's from the Ivory Coast, she married a Trinidadian.
Yeah.
And so I think she will get support from the Trinidad and Tobago public if she does well. She's never won an Olympic medal, which is surprising.
Yeah. She's always so good at those meets. Always seem to dominate the field. Somehow the Olympic gold medal or medal has certainly eluded her. Sarah Williams from Barbados. Pretty decent in the 400s.
Yeah, so that's the end of another tidy over from Kima Roach. At the end of it, it's 192 for 2.
Sean Walcott with a javelin.
Yeah, he's to come. And of course, we will see Jareem Richards coming up in a short while in the 400s and in the 200. But I'm wondering the schedule. To me, it's a little bit tight for him to try that double, that 200, 400 double, and then be a part of the 4x4 relay team.
Yeah.
Although I don't think he's going to run the first round of the 4x4, but that's a risk because you don't want to miss out. So you want to make sure you're in. So but I suppose when you're running for your country, you do strange things. That's better. When you put on your national colors, you sometimes reasoning goes out the window.
Yeah.
Because all you really want to do is do well for your country. And so people do a lot of, take on challenges that they probably wouldn't normally do. And I suppose that's why the Sharika Jackson thing has so much buzz in Jamaica.
Yeah, that was big news, not just in Jamaica, but worldwide.
Yep.
Raised a lot of eyebrows.
Yeah. And now my personal thing was, because so many of them seem to be injured at this time, I'm really fearful for them because, like I said, it's one thing. Now, what works in their favor, especially in Shelley and Fraser Price's favor, is the experience. Because she's so experienced, she's been there, she's done it time and time again. So you always, as you say, she has a puncher's chance. So, so you always, you can't rule her out until she's out. You always have to, recognize just what she's capable of. And this morning, again, she looked very smooth. She didn't look like she was ailing in any way. And which is a good sign. And it's how to see how she pulls up, later this evening or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because the semi-finals on tomorrow at about 12 o'clock. And the finals are 2.5 hours later. So, you want to see how her body kind of recovers and, how she does in the semi-finals. Because when you look at the lineups, there are a number of athletes there in the semi-finals, depending on which heat she's in. There are a number of athletes there who this is a big achievement for them, to get their semi-finals. So it's almost like they have overachieved already.
Yeah.
So now they're like a whisper away from reaching a final. So they're going to put everything on the line. This is one pulled in the air, but it's going to go away nicely. It's going ahead of Springer. And it might have enough legs to get there to mid-wicket, to the fence, and it does. And not much someone could do about that, going to his left. And that's 4 more.
Yeah, pulled way in front of mid-wicket from Bingham again. And this one just a bit shorter to the previous 3 deliveries from Blades. Bingham.
No pace, no, it's not climbing to like chest height, to worry him. So he's like, it's almost like a baseball swing he's swinging because the height is just under the waist or just about waist height. There he goes again, this time the other side of Springer, and it might be the same result. In fact, Springer gives up the chase now, and that's 4 beautiful runs indeed. A lot of power in that shot.
Yeah, certainly this one flat batted really, and Springer had no chance at mid-on. So back-to-back boundaries to end the over. 200
yep.
On the board now for South Africa. 200 for 2 at the end of 58.
So all of a sudden, Bingham has these like spurts. He gets busy. Remember yesterday he hit a couple big ones here, and then he kind of goes into his shell a little bit, and then he kind of comes out of it. And so that was like his explosion there. We'll see how how he soldiers on after this. In the meantime, Bavuma has been stuck in the 30s for quite a while. But he's as solid as a rock at that other end.
Yeah, he's not too bothered by scoring. He's just looking to occupy the crease, get some reps back under his belt, get his confidence up.
Yeah, because remember he was injured as well for a while. So this is a big tour for him. And doubly so as he's the captain. And with South Africa having success in his absence, you know, there's like personal pressure on him to want to do well.
And also with Dean Elgar retiring from Test cricket, sort of left a gap at the top. So it's so important now for the middle order, the likes of Bavuma and Bingham.
You know, yesterday, someday we were talking about, you know, when so many of the West Indian cricketers used to play in England, and that avenue was kind of closed off for a few years. He wants a single, but it's not there. He played well, but too straight. And you know, and that was one of the things that I've always said. If that avenue is closed, especially at the county level, because I think a lot of West Indians still play in the leagues, but if the county championship level is closed, my thing was the West Indies Cricket Board, you know, they meet every so often at the ICC level, and, you know, and I always felt that South Africa might have been a good alternative. It's a good shot. That's well played from Bavuma. It may not have the legs to get to the boundary. It rolling, just gets there. And Wickham was trying his darndest to pull it back. And it just hit the rope just as he put in that little dive to try to pull it back. Look at it here again. It's rolling. Yes, it hits the rope. And Graves concurs.
Valiant attempt by Wickham, chased it all the way. Timing was good from Bavuma.
So he just heard me say he was in the nervous 30s and he's jumped into the 40s now, up to 42. He really spent an inordinately long time in the 30s. He crawled through the 30s. Roach again zeroing in on that middle and off stump line. Yeah, he's just not getting the ball to deviate as sharply as he would like. I think if he could get some movement, just something off the wicket, any direction. Bavuma is playing almost like a half-cocked. He's not really pushing out it, because he's anticipated that inward movement in particular. So if Roach could just get one to hold his line.
Playing right under his eyes. Tembo Bavuma, solid as a rock. And never got over from Roach, 204 for 2.
Yeah, trailing now by 193 runs, so that figure is coming down all the time, that deficit. When you consider that the test match is scheduled for the Oval next Wednesday, but then the 3 T20s are back here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy at the end of the month.
Yeah. And that too playing simultaneously with the Women's CPL. Some of the games, the 3 games in fact.
That would be an interesting concept, you know, for development. And it was also good to see that Deandra Dottin has made herself available for West Indies cricket again. There he goes. That's another strong drive. Very positive. Bingham seemed to like what it is Blades is offering.
Yeah, I still find it though this ploy a bit defensive from Jediah Blades. I'd still like him to be over the wicket and angling the ball across David Bedingham. It's just because of what Bedingham has done early on in his spell. He's sort of gone to this mode of operation.
Yeah, it is. And that's because he was leaking runs. Now he's trying to make the adjustment, especially with that line of his. From over the wicket, he was kind of spraying it wide, and he got caught up a couple of times. Bedingham caught up with those wide deliveries and smashed them square the wicket on the offside for boundaries. So one, the gap has been plugged at that point, at deep point. So there is a sweeper, and he's operating from around the wicket. That's much better. It's closer to the off stump.
But then he sort of takes out the LBW option from going around the wicket.
Unless he brings it right up in the black hole.
Yeah. So he's now looking to angle it in and then hopefully get one to straighten.
Hit the edge or beat the bat and hit the stump.
Yeah.
And even with the hit the edge, look at where the slip is. He has a lone slip, but he's more like a third slip. It's good fielding there again from Graves. Dive into his left.
Yeah, Brian Charles is almost in a deep gully position.
It's unusual to leave that big gap there, but I suppose with the lack of pace in the wicket, we figure if it's going to hit the edge, it's going to be a thick edge. Might fly to that third slip region. It's a good delivery. That one's kind of jumped on him a little bit, but again, he's in such control, Bedingham, that he's able to stay on top of it. But not a bad delivery. Got a little extra bounce there, but you just see the subtle adjustment with the arm.
Yeah, but still very much young in his career. Just 22 years of age. Jediah Blade, so very much in his learning phase of his career. And he works closely with Pedro Collins at the CCC team. Yeah.
But this is what I was telling you when I was making the comment about when the English avenue was kind of closed off to West Indian cricketers, that South Africa, to me, might have been a viable option. And but these are things that I think had to be discussed at the board level to make it make it official. 205 for 2 at the end of the over. Now there were a couple of players who played in South Africa. I think Eldin Batiste was one of those players who plied his trade down there. The former coach, who also played the all-rounder for the West Indies, played his. Otis Gibson played his trade there. So there are a couple of them, and at that time, that's what I was saying. If you can't get your players into England, into the English counties, let them play in another venue. Maybe Australia might have been another option, because you'll be playing tough cricket in Australia, and the Sheffield Shield. That's a good shot, but good fielding again. And Graves has been busy since coming out of the slip cordon. We needed to look for avenues where our players, and it's the same thing I say with our footballers. Which country, let's just say as a casual fan, which country gives Trinidad the most problems in regional football? Say at the CONCACAF level.
Mexico.
There you go. And that's what I've always said. That is where I wanted my players to go and play, because of the altitude. A lot of them have difficulty adjusting to playing at altitude. In fact, a lot of people do, not just Trinidadians. But for all intents and purposes, that is where we seem to fall down a lot, to get past Mexico. So if you look at it, you have the big three now in regional football, in a sense. You have Mexico, the USA, maybe
Jamaica.
Canada, right? Then you have
Jamaica.
the Central America. Well, you have Jamaica as well. You also have the Central Americans. You have Panama, who's coming on now by leaps and bounds. Before it used to be Guatemala, El Salvador, right? So you have to now look at, but why it is every time you beat Guatemala, we beat El Salvador, we beat Panama, and then you run into Mexico, and it's like you hit a wall.
Mm-hmm.
And my thinking was, well, why don't we get our players to play in Mexico? Everett Gally Cummings played in Mexico for a while, and we have a couple of women who played in Mexico in recent years, but few, if any, of our men play there, and I always found that to be strange. This is a good line again from Roach. He's constantly at the stumps here, and to me, don't shy away from it, but let them go and learn and develop and play at altitude. Because I tell you what, at altitude, there are different, how should I say, perceptions of how to attack altitude. You're going very late, you play and you leave before it actually starts to affect the body in that regard. Or you're going very early and allow the body time to acclimatize to it. Just make the adjustment. Thinking about a single again, Shamar Springer quickly across and denying them that opportunity. So it depends on what the concept is, but it's going to cost you a lot of money to go in 2 weeks before to play one game. So a lot of teams don't do that. They go the opposite route. They go like a day or two before, but sometimes that is enough time for it to take a toll on the body, and so you're kind of in a dicey situation. Well bowled again. Well played. He's getting it through this time. Might get a couple. Probably gonna get a third if they hurry. And I think they're not hurrying, so they will settle for 2. So that ends the over. That's another pretty decent over from Kemar Roach. Not for 29 from his 10 overs. It's 2-7 for 2 at the end of it.
Yeah, I get where you're coming from, Ruskin, and definitely the thinking should be that once we get our players playing more, whether it be football or cricket in this instance, whether it be to somewhere in Australia, even the lower leagues, apart from the Sheffield Shield, the league below that Sheffield Shield, I think it's still a very high level, and it would offer different challenges to our cricketers, and just the fact that they're able to play in foreign conditions, it's only going to help their development.
And they're doing it, and it's the same thing for like Brazil and Argentina and all those countries with heavy footballing pedigree. That they, I think seem like if they're gonna take a break, maybe the hot conditions, they're just gonna allow the batsmen to get some refreshments. The umpires too look like they're keen on some refreshments. So again, it's 2-7 for 2. We'll take a break and then we'll come back with more when they're ready to resume. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here, it's a little bit of a break for the players. It's nice and warm outside, so the umpires probably offer them an early little refreshment break so that they can recharge, and they'll resume now at 2:07 for 2 with Bingham on 63. He's at the non-strikers end. It's going to be Timber Bavuma, the captain, who's on 42 from 128 balls. Is facing up here now to Blades, who's going to continue from around the wicket. A little too wide to entice Bavuma. As I say, good morning to Joel Bailey.
Hi, morning to all our viewers in the Caribbean. Good afternoon, or good evening to the viewers in South Africa, and whichever part of the world you're at. Lovely sunshine here at the Brand Lar Cricket Academy. No wicket has fallen thus far for the morning. David Bingham has gone along his merry way. He's zooming from his overnight 35, he's up to 63, while Timber Bavuma have only added 6 more runs to his overnight score.
Blades again a little too wide. Bavuma's been readily a model of concentration. He's just been trying to, you could see he's like somebody who has a plan in his mind as to what he wants to do and how he's going to approach this inning. He's under no pressure really to push the scoring along. So I think he's just batting. We saw 200s in the West Indies Championship 11 innings. We've had an 82, we have a 60, 63, and he's trying to get over the line here. So another much better delivery from Blades. So a lot of runs in the wicket. And he probably wants to cash in.
Seen wicketkeeper Amir Django out of the screen, getting his right shoelace tied by slip fielder Brian Charles.
Yeah, Django again shaped well with the bat, but he got to 30 and then got out. I'm sure he would be ruined that. And this is Bavuma. This again, he did that yesterday, almost out of nowhere. He just decided to launch one, and he hit it straight over the bowler's head for a boundary.
Rare sign of aggression by the South African captain this morning. Pass Shamar Springer at mid-on. Trickle over the boundary for 4. Blades has been quite expensive, conceding 26 runs. And he's in his 5th over.
Yeah, what is probably worrying is that he's conceding runs on both sides of the wicket. He was punched through point a couple of times. He was pulled through mid-wicket and past mid-on a couple of times as well. And now he's being hit over his head or hit past him. Bavuma racing along now, seemed to up the tempo just a little bit. So to 47 now. So he too is 3 away from a half century.
Well deserved, I should say.
Yeah, he's batted sensibly, yeah.
Bingham still has, for this over, you still see a 6-3 field for Blades.
And he's trying to just to paddle one. Maybe he's trying to deflect it down to third man. And it was a little bit too late there. That ends the over. It's 2-11 for 2 now. So there's another interesting game going on. The first ODI between Sri Lanka and India. Sri Lanka posted 230 for 8. And India, in reply, 133 for 5. Then 98 away from a victory. Or 97 really, when you think about it. But they've lost a couple key wickets, including Virat Kohli.
I think we have reached a stage we could call Kohli a veteran. Has been in the national circuit for well over a decade.
But still pretty productive, and that's the difference with him and some other cricketers. And, I was saying that in the final. I say, he's the kind of cricketer would struggle throughout the whole tournament, and then in the final, when India needs him the most, is when he's gonna put his hands up, and which is exactly what he did in the World Cup final. So Smith is back. And gift really to Bavuma, and he just gleefully accepts it.
Smith train on the leg side. Easy single for Bavuma. Playing a leg side shot to Anderson Phillip, who is positioned at deep square leg.
No, there is a fine leg and a square leg. So there are two men back there. So I don't know if he's trying to entice the hook from Bingham. That's a good shot, but it's well done in the end there, because that was threatening to go past again, but this time Thorne was able to get a hand down and take most of the sting out of it to limit them to just a single. So it's good cricket all around, a good shot and a good bit of fielding.
As Bingham moves up to 64 with that shot. Well driven, but straight to Salzano at cover point. Couple of the South African technical staff members in the screen here.
It's in Giddy.
Yes, it is in Giddy. My apology. His head was down when I saw him, so I fancied he would have been a member of the technical staff. But it is Lungi and Dick and Giddy.
He's getting in some of his work, getting in some of his laps. Even when you're not playing, you're still working. And, Bavuma again inching along. So that should take him up to 49 now. And no ball, is it? Or no, it's not. Because I saw the umpire with his arm outstretched, but unless he was pointing at something.
Or he may be signaling to the scorers.
So score is now up to 215 for 2. And inching closer and closer all the time. Once again, a lack of pace in the wicket. He was actually on the front foot And for a moment I thought as if he was going to really launch himself, and but he had to wait for the ball to come to him and Bingham, and then he hit it hard, but he hit it straight to Thorn at mid-on. Thorn putting in a little dance there. I'm not sure what music he listens to, what music the youths listen to these days. From wide to the crease. Look at it. He took a different route this time around. Smith, he went wide from all the way back from the top of his mark. But again, Bingham was equal to it. 2:15 for 2 at the end of the over. So Bavuma is one away from a half century here. And Shamar Springer is going to get his first taste of action with the ball.
Springer made mention to me after play that he had suffered a damaged right thumb while fielding, so that's why he was off the field for most of play yesterday. One darted down the leg side. Would have been called a wide in white ball cricket. Was close to being called a wide here today.
Yeah, a real loosener from him.
Umpires for this match: former Windward Islands left-arm pacer Dayton Butler, who's at the southern end, and Zahid Basarat at the northern end.
A no ball served up there by Springer. So he hasn't gotten it just right just yet. Wide down the leg side, a no ball, next ball. And that is going to be the half century for Bavuma as he ambles a single, and that will take his score on to 50 from 139 balls with 6 fours.
Could say it's slow going on his part, but he's doing a job. He had to play the anchor role when Aiden Markram was going guns yesterday. Also, he's trying to get himself into some good nick just days before the first test match at the Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, it is important that your top batsmen, all your batsmen, if possible, will get a good score, at least spend some time out in the middle. And we've seen 3 of them now do just that. And they all have half centuries to prove. And you're looking at Bingham really just standing tall and really going through the line of the ball, but because of the lack of pace in the wicket, his timing is off a lot of times. He's finding the fielders, but he does hit the ball hard. Even when he mistimes it, it's still coming off the bat with a fair amount of power and pace.
If we talk about it, one looks to the right of the ground, seeing some dark clouds approaching. Hope that the rain stays away.
Yeah, we hope, we're really hoping. So we had some really ominous clouds roll over yesterday. Luckily, they blew over and went past the ground. Look at them building up to the east of us. But hopefully that's just, they're just threatening, but they're not actually going to come here. That's another gorgeous shot, but once again can't pierce the field, which is well set. That completes the first over from Shamar Springer. 2 runs off it. And a half century in the process for Bavuma as well. 50 off 139 with 6 fours to his credit. So he joins Bingham, who got his 50 off just 73 balls. And also Aidan Makram, who got his half century yesterday before retiring hurt. So 217 for 2. Hasn't been like an explosive morning, although it has to be said that Bingham kind of picks his spots when he wants to just up the tempo. He would hit a couple quick boundaries and then he'd kind of go back into his shell and go through the more deliberate approach to batting. Then all of a sudden he might explode again. So he's kind of picking his spots, so to speak. Smith again running wide of the crease. If you look at the track that he left from yesterday, but look at where he's running today. He's to the left of that. So he's almost cutting that popping crease there.
Don't know if his plan is to not let the batsman get much room outside the off stump, especially with the cut shot. I've gotten a little bit darker here. Not dark as in nightfall, but it's gotten a lot cloudier here.
And that's Bavuma taking up the challenge and getting a couple runs. He's going to go back for the second. No, he won't. He decided against it, but that's great work out in the deep. And the batsman, that's Anderson Phillip out there, and doing some excellent work, limiting the batsman to just the 1 run. When 2 looked pretty much on the cards.
Athletic work by Anderson Phillip at deep square leg. Has always been one who was taking great pride in his fitness. His energy was good to see there.
So as this game just kind of meanders along, batsmen holding sway, really asks the question, you know, when you think of the keys to winning test matches is the ability to take wickets. You need to get 20 wickets in a test match. And so, you know, you ask the question, we look at Ngidi again, continuing his exercise, but we're just getting his heart rate up there a little bit. Walking with his water, though. He's a smart fella. It's hot outside.
Driven to Kevin Wickham, who's moving to his right from mid-off.
There was a shot that was hit hard into the ground and it sort of bounced over the bowler's head. Wickham being very busy this morning. Now the two umpires are going to confer. Is it the ball they're looking at?
Or maybe the threat of rain.
No, man, I don't think they need to discuss the threat of rain right now. It looks like the ball they're having. They're going to check it to see if it can. Once it is able to go through that little device, they're happy with it, and as long as the seam isn't cut up or bursting, they will continue. Well, now they've decided, yes, let's just continue with the ball. The board umpires had a look at it. It's another one that's pulled away nicely, and that one has gone over mid-wicket for 6 runs. He was into the wicket quite nicely, but again, because of the lack of pace, he didn't have far to go. He just got under it and helped it.
Smith has never really been a quick bowler. When I mean express pace, and that type of delivery will be easy for Bingham to navigate. That 6 brought up the 100 partnership. Bingham have contributed 70 runs to that. 101 runs for the, could say, for the 3rd wicket. Especially as Aidan Markram had retired hurt.
Yeah, I'm sure South Africa would be feeling a lot better about themselves this morning. Their bowlers toiled a little bit in the field with the West Indies Championship 11 posting a bold 397 with the bat. And that's after the Proteas won the toss and opted to field first. Now they're batting and they're taking full advantage of a slow wicket, a nice outfield. The outfield would not have mattered with that shot. That one went out straight from bat out to the playing surface, out to the ground. Pitching up this time, but not being put away. And we see the ground staff just mulling around. They're obviously thinking that should the weather change, and it has changed because it's very overcast now and cool conditions, no rain falling or anything like that, but they're not taking any chances. Umpires, I'm sure, will be keeping their eyes on the skies to see if and when to take the players off and bring the covers on. Here's another short one, and it's a repeat. Well. It's almost as if he doesn't learn his lesson. This one goes for 4, but it's a similar shot. And it clearly, he is trying to get the ball to come up, but it's not. It's just about waist height. And Bingham is just feasting. And picked up another boundary. 224 now for 2. He pushes on to 70. Temba Bavuma is on 51.
With Smith's pace, I think it would have, he would have been better advised just to keep the ball up at the batsman.
So again, you see the ground staff just mulling around there.
Getting ready because I think it's a matter of when and not if the rain will come.
So the ground staff at the ready. The clouds, you could see the dark clouds rolling in here and completely engulfing the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. In the meantime, Springer continues. And that's a wide delivery. You saw that the first ball he bowled as well was a similar Ball down the leg side. So there's the ground staff. Oh, that's a good delivery, and he was late coming down on that one, Bavuma. It's almost like he was in two minds. Do I leave it or do I play it? And it looked like he was leaving it, and then at the very last second, when he saw it shaping back at him, he decided to bring the bat down. Luckily for him, it missed everything on the way through.
Very indecisive shot by the South African skipper. Don't know if he's a bit worried if with the cloud cover it will assist ball moving in either direction.
He's driving and missing now, so he's kind of lost his concentration here.
Yeah.
Or maybe he's trying to change gears. Having gotten to his half century, probably feels now is the time he could probably be a little more expansive. Always a challenge for most batsmen. Powers of concentration. How do you rein in your natural instincts?
On the stump mic, I just heard one of the fielders say in English condition and ball swings. So I don't know if this may be playing on Bavuma's mind.
The umpires have decided that they're going to bring the covers on, so they're not wasting any time at all. 228 for 2. At the moment, 51 to Bavuma. And Bingham is on 74. So they're 169 adrift at the moment. And with just about, 11:15 or thereabouts. The players are being taken off the field. That's probably as a precaution because the rain hasn't actually started falling heavily or anything like that. It's just a drizzle, but they don't want any kind of disruption. So as soon as the weather allows, I think the players may be able to resume play. But for the moment, they are off the field. The ground staff is now taking center stage as they look to nail down the tarpaulin and protect the entire square here at the Banlara Cricket Academy. Bavuma is 51 from 144. Bingham is 74 from 106. South Africa, who resumed this morning on 172 for 2, have gone on quite nicely. And they added 56 runs so far this morning in just over an hour's play, and now on about 14 minutes of play, and they haven't lost a wicket, so that is a good returns for them, with Bavuma steady and deliberate, and Bingham a little more adventurous, playing some nice expansive drives, a couple pull shots. That one of which went for a 6, couple went for boundaries, and so we're going to have a little bit of a delay. But Joel, when you look at the progress of the South Africans so far, your thoughts?
I think they have been steady, tried to ensure that they kept the score, they kept the run rate at a decent level. Could come in handy now, because I wouldn't say come in handy in terms of forcing a result, but with a delay here, it looks like it might be a delay for a while. At least the batsmen could rest a little bit, knowing that they have got some good practice. They'll be hoping that the rain eases up so they could come back out in the middle and continue their respective innings.
So yeah, so you see, so the ground staff is busy at work here, trying to make sure they cover as much of the. They've covered the square, which is the good sign. The actual playing surface is covered, but I think they're gonna probably need to add a few more tarpaulins on the outfield here, and so as they continue with their covering work, trying to protect as much of the playing surface here as possible. We're going to take a break as we leave you for the moment. The news is that South Africa have made steady progress, 228 for 2 after they resumed at 172 for 2 this morning. The skipper Bavuma, who was not out on 36, eventually got to his half century, getting to 50 from 139 balls, and his partner at the other end, David Bingham, has been very, very solid. 35 he started at this morning, and he has now pushed on to 74. So he has been leading the way in terms of the run scoring. He's doing the heavy lifting, so to speak, for the Proteas. So that is the situation here. There's still 169 runs adrift, but they're well placed at 228 for 2. And with the rains here and might be here for a while, we'll take a break. And if I just stay close, as soon as we have play possible, we'll come back with more from the Bavuma Cricket Academy here in South Trinidad. Thank you very much. Well, we welcome you back here with the news that the play is about to resume almost immediately after lunch, and a quick single taken there, and that was Rickleton, Ryan Rickleton, getting off the mark there with the first ball from Shamar Springer after we had that rain interruption that drove the players off, and while Rickleton got off the mark, it was a tight single for him, but he made it safely. And as I welcome back Kadir, certainly I think everybody was surprised that they were able to resume almost immediately. The ground staff did a pretty good job clearing up the covers and getting the water off. And so we have play almost immediately now after lunch.
Taking the opportunity to see some more of their batters, Kyle Verena and Ryan Rickleton, 2 new batters. So Temba Bavuma and David Bingham retiring to the pavilion. It's over number 66 is completed.
Finished. Yep.
229 for 2.
So it's I suppose it's because it's a warm-up game, they taking the opportunity to get as many of their batters opportunities to get a feel for conditions and make sure that at least they get a feel of what it's like out in the middle. Because after this, it's the next outing is the test match.
Yeah.
So it makes sense. So I think the folks in South Africa who might be a bit bewildered, no, he didn't miss any cricket. Temba Bavuma were retired in 51 and Bingham retired in 74. Hence the reason why we have the 2 new batters out there, Rickleton and Vereen. And that's a good shot. That's in the gap. That's going to be 4 runs. Beautifully played there by Rickleton, just coming onto the front foot. And as it was tossed up nicely to him, he didn't wait at all for it. Bishop pitching up and getting the treatment.
Yeah, he got that right foot way out in front, Rickleton, and played nicely through that mid-off extra cover gap and picked up 4 good-looking runs.
Bishop we saw yesterday, and that's a better delivery. Is coming back in at him. A little bit of turn there. And of course, the wicketkeeper taking the catch and appealing immediately, Django. It actually went past the outside edge. Django thought he heard something.
Pass pretty close to the outside edge.
Yep.
Slip on a short leg in for Joshua Bishop. There's a fielder deep on the mid-wicket boundary as well.
And again, the ball keeping just a little bit low, but Rickleton is not a tall man. He's crouched in his batting stance. Just stand up straight initially. Another powerful drive, and it went right through the legs of Bishop. And nicely cut off by Thorne. Bishop did take a lot of the pace off of it. But again, a nice powerful drive, hitting straight this time. So Rickleton, he quickly goes on to 6. Perrin is yet to get off the mark.
Calvarino, the wicketkeeper batter for the Proteas.
Plays a 1 out and at 2:34 at the end of the over. So we have 3 batsmen getting half centuries for the South Africans, all of them retiring after getting a knock
Yeah, runs under the belt, confidence up, and more opportunities to get some more of the batters out in the middle. Ryan Rickleton, a 28-year-old, played just the 4 test matches, but he has a first-class average of 50. A score of 202 not out.
There's the ground staff. I'm not sure if they are anticipating rain, but they are on the move.
The rains are
There it is. It's coming again, so the ground staff might very well be called into action quickly. That's a glorious shot. That's gorgeous. Into the gap it goes, and Wickham is after it. He will overhaul it as they pick up 2 runs to extra cover. And you could see Rickleton loves to drive the ball. He's not afraid to come onto that front foot, punching it.
he goes up quickly to 8. Ground staff at the ready. Persistent drizzle at the moment. Nothing to that the umpires feel as though they've got to get the players off.
Yeah, but if it persists for any length of time, they may do so because it's could change the complexion of the wicket eventually. Not that the batsman would mind too much because the ball would probably just skid on a little bit more. The wicket has been playing on the slow side.
Yeah, for the most part, we've seen no demons in this surface. Fast bowlers, they've got to bend their backs. Shamar Springer, since coming on, he's been quite economical.
Slow delivery on that occasion. You could just see him taking a lot of the pace off of that one. But he did keep it on a good line and a good length. And Rickleton not able to do much with it other than defend. So we did have that little bit of rain, and I'm glad to see that the initiative was taken to utilize the downtime so that the players could have lunch. So they took an early lunch. And here we are.
Yeah, some news, Ruskin, coming out from Cricket West Indies. They've released the test squad for the 2 test series against the South Africans. And the test squad is as follows: Craig Brathwaite, captain; Joshua De Silva, vice captain; Alec Athanaze, Casey Carty, Brian Charles, Justin Greaves, Jason Holder, Kavim Hodge, Tevin Imlap, Shamar Joseph, Mikhail Louis, Gudakesh Moti, Kimar Roach, Jaden Seals, and Jamel Warrican.
That's a lovely shot. That is cut away nicely. That's going to be 4 runs. He hit it in front of a square on the offside, past the man at point, and down to the boundary for 4.
Again, Rickleton taking the opportunities to score through the offside. A bit of width provided, and they played it away nicely.
So that squad you just called the Carty is in.
Yep. Casey Carty, Brian Charles.
Brian Charles is in.
Justin
And
Greaves.
Roach.
Yeah.
So it means that the vice captain, the former vice captain, is out.
Alzari Joseph.
Alzari Joseph is out of the team, as is number 3. But they go for another quick single here, and he had to hurry again. Rickleton is a very busy man. He's not afraid to challenge the fielders, and he got the single in the end, but he just made it home. 241 for 2 at the end of it. So is it that Charles is in and the off spinner,
Kevin Sinclair.
Sinclair, is out of the squad as well?
Yeah.
And so it's Gudukish Muti as well as Charles.
Mm-hmm. And
Uh,
Jamal Warwick.
And Jamal Warwick
Yeah.
is also in the team as the left-arm spinner.
Mm-hmm. Well, two left-arm spinners.
Because Godakesh Muti is also in there,
Yeah. Zachary McCaskey also missing out.
you know. So
So a couple of changes from the selectors and opportunities here for.
Brian Charles playing at the Oval.
Mm-hmm.
Probably that might have been the thinking there. But he did bowl well at the Oval in the latter stages of the regional tournament. Picked up a bag full of wickets for Trinidad and Tobago and at the University of the West Indies. So it is a squad that I'm sure a lot of people would be interested in.
Yeah, we may see a debut for Brian Charles. Who knows, time will tell.
Yeah, he bowled here. He didn't. Of course, this is wicket doesn't give him much assistance, and so we'll see if he gets an opportunity.
It may also be a debut for a number 3, whether it be Casey Carty or Tevin Imlach.
Yeah, because Tevin Imlach is also a wicketkeeper.
Yeah.
So you think they will play him to bat at 3?
Well, he's done so for Guyana.
Guyana.
Yeah.
That's a good delivery, beautifully bowled. Held it back a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And just got a little purchase. In fact, again, it might have just this one spun, but didn't come in. And he, to his credit, Rickleton kept the bat inside the line. And
Yeah, Rickleton was pushing at that one. And good from Bishop. Slow through the air. There might be some rough for him to work with. Ruskin, which is why we're seeing the bat pad in place.
Yeah.
Slow turn.
it's very slow turn indeed. Both fielders almost left the ball. And Smith ended up having to run it down, but luckily the umpires had called over, and he left it. So too did Graves, and actually Graves left it for him, and he thought Graves was going to pick it up, but all's well. 241 for 2 at the end of the over. So you go through that squad again for me.
Yeah.
So let's look at the batters on the team, or let's who's out of the squad that went to England.
So there's Kirk McKenzie, who batted at 3. He's out. Kevin Sinclair,
Alzari Joseph,
Alzari Joseph,
Louis, because he was injured, wasn't he?
Mikhail Louis, yeah. Jeremiah Louis was injured, yeah.
So Roach is in. That's a good delivery, right on target. So Roach is in. Brian Charles is in. Casey Carty.
Yeah, and Jamal
And Jamal Warwick.
Yeah. So looking at the batters, there's Craig Brathwaite, Alec Athanaze, Kavim Hodge, Mikhail Louis, Tevin Imlach, all possible top order batters.
Casey Carty.
Yeah. Casey Carty also bats at 3 in red ball cricket.
And then the bowling attack is a little more varied. Well, you have 2 left-arm orthodox spinners. You have the right-arm off spinner.
Yeah. There's also
And then you have the Kima Roach is back in the squad. So it'll be Roach with Jaden Seals.
well, Shamar Joseph is there as well.
Shamar Joseph and
Jason Holder.
Jason Holder.
Like,
So it's a good balance. Is it a strong enough squad? I think the batting is going to be a big question here. It still is a big question. And do you have enough firepower in your bowling to take 20 wickets? That's a good delivery right up it went to, but Perian played it well enough.
yeah, the middle to the middle order might just be a bit short on Test cricket when you look at
Yeah, the entire middle order.
possible debuts for either Kati or Imlak, together with Ali Katanis, who's still very young in his Test career, and Kavim Hodge as well.
So if you open with the two openers who open in England, there's a good delivery again played out. So you open with the same two. In number 3, you will have to change. So do you bring in Kati to bat at 3? I would prefer Kati bat at 3. I don't know if I want Imlak to bat at 3, but you may put Kati at 3, or do you bring Atenes to bat at 3?
Yeah, that could also be another option.
You put Atenes at 3, you put Kati at 4, and you still keep Hodge at 5?
Yeah.
Or do you move those two up and you bring Kati in, or you bring Imlak in to bat at 5?
Based on what Kavim Hodge has done in his
You want
short
to
Test
keep him- you
career,
want to
batting
keep
at
him-
number
You
5,
keep him at 5.
I think he's given the batting lineup some stability.
So you have to figure out what you're going to do at 3. Do you bat Atenes at 3, or do you bring Kati in at 3 and let Atenes and Hodge bat at 4 and 5, where they seem most comfortable?
Yeah.
And then Jason Holder will stay at 6. Or do you put Jason Holder at 7 and you bat Joshua
De Silva.
at 6?
A lot of options. Some headaches for coaching staff.
Yeah, trying to drive that one, but not getting to. And so I suppose it's food for thought in terms of what they're thinking might be the end of the over. 241. It's a maiden over. 241 for 2. So again, and now do you go with Guru Kishmuti will have to play. Does he who do you bowl around him? So if you're going with your bowling, you have Roach and Jaden. So Roach and Seals. And you have Shamar Joseph.
Jason Holder.
And you have Holder as the all-rounder. Right? You have Muti as your bowler, as your frontline spinner. It's well played. So it now is a situation here where, based on the batters that we had, earlier with the two, but that's a big hit. That one is going to go a long way, and that's going to drop just off just bounce just before going off the field. So that's 4 runs. And this man doesn't like to hang around much. Rickleton is not afraid to put bat to board. So you have Brathwaite, right? You have Louis and Brathwaite. Carty. Is he going to be the man you decide you're going to go with, because you want to do Atenes at 4, right? And then you want to also keep batting at 5. Hodge. Right. So who do you bat at 6? If you're going to bat Holder, so let's say put Holder at 6, which is what he did in England. Right, then you also have wicketkeeper De Silva batting at 7, right? then you have to figure out now
To the bowlers
the
now.
bowlers. For you have 4 slots.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
think Gurukesh Moti would be one of the slow bowling options.
So if you go with Moti, you have Seedles.
Yeah. Roach as well.
Well, I don't think you bring back Roach to not play him.
Well, the umpires here just converging. Maybe an issue, slight issue with
With the ball.
the ball,
So
yeah.
they checked on it earlier. So if that is the case, then you have to go with, and you're going to play Shamar Joseph as the other bowler, as the other seamer. So it means you're going to have 3 seamers. You have Roach, Seals, and Joseph, with Jason Holder as a 4th seamer, with Gurukesh Moti. Or do you drop one of these
and get the other spinner
and
in.
get the other spinner in? And who is that other spinner? Do you go with the off spinner?
Well, I
of
think to
Brian
lend
Charles?
balance. Yeah, to lend balance to the attack.
Or do you go with the more prolific,
Jamal Warkan.
the more working? Because Warkan has certainly taken a lot of wickets over the years at the regional level. He hasn't done much at the test level. Whenever he's, given a chance, he hasn't really, as they say, set the place on fire.
Yeah.
But he has taken a lot of wickets at the Queen's Park Oval in the regional tournaments. Remember, he blew away Trinidad
Yeah.
and that's that 3rd morning, and so I think there are a lot of factors in his favor. Familiarity at the ground, he's had success at the ground, but so too has Brian Charles.
Yeah, you could argue the same case for Brian Charles as well, yeah.
So there are a lot of factors, a lot of thinking, I would imagine.
Well, my thinking would be that to lend balance to the attack,
You go with the off spinner.
yeah, to go with the off spinner and the left arm orthodox as the other spin bowling option if you're going to play the 2 spinners.
But then you'll have to leave out a quick. This one is played away nicely for a single. There is protection out there in the deep. So you will have to. So who do you leave out? Do you leave out Roach? But then you would lose one of your experience.
I think Jaden Seals would be a
Quicks.
given. Based
you
on
would think
solely
based on what he did.
he's done, yeah.
So then Shamar Joseph might have to be the man who would give way. And this is not a bad spell here from Bishop. Although he got hit overhead for the one boundary, he's been pretty tidy and consistent after that. The end of the over, 246 for 2 at the end of it. So 71 overs completed so far in the innings. So Casey Carty it is who he made 24, and again he shaped well in the first innings. And that's nicely cut away again, but there is cover out there on the boundary, so just a single. So both himself and Brian Charles, who would have been looked at closely, as well as Kemar Roach. So from this squad here, 3 of the players out of this team that started this game have actually forced their way into the test squad. And of course, the opportunity also for Warwickon to pick himself up again and see if he cannot get his test career back on track. So that's a single given there. So finally Vereen is off the mark. It's been there for quite a while. 13 deliveries. So the game really just kind of meandering at the moment, but I suppose the news of the West Indies squad and the players obviously would have been told that in the dressing room, so the 3 players here would have been informed of their status going forward. So it must have been a joyful lunch for those 3. And obviously they now probably could be relaxed a little bit and try to play out this game and get ready, try to get into the mindset or into the frame of mind that they're going to be playing or would likely be playing Test cricket next time up. From around the wicket now, spring up, trying just to change the angle a little bit here on Rickleton, who's been a real busybody, 19 from 23. From 24 deliveries so far. Has batted really well. And we did have a drill. The east looks a lot more promising, that we would have probably a lot more cricket without any threat of rain for some time. So Springer just keeping it away from him, not allowing him to probably free his arms as he likes to do there. That ends the over. And his 5 overs have cost him just the 12 runs so far, Shamar Springer. But it's 248 for 2, with 3 batters getting half centuries and then retiring for the South Africans. So they are obviously using this as precisely that, a sort of a dress rehearsal, so that they get all of their bowlers some work and trying to get as many of their batters a similar opportunity as well. But what is significant here, as I welcome back Joel Bailey, is the fact that all the batsmen are not just coming out there, but they all seem to want to take advantage of this opportunity.
Yes, they are. Good afternoon to all our viewers here in the West Indies, Western Hemisphere. Good night to the viewers in South Africa, whichever part of the world you're at. Good day to all. Glad to see play has resumed after what may have seemed at a lengthy delay, but good work. Well, the drainage has improved. That was corrected in time for the recently staged ICC T20 World Cup. As Ruskin mentioned a while ago with Kadir Mohammed, that the West Indies have announced a 15-man squad for the Test series against South Africa. Joel Bailey, the ultra-critical guy here, will be giving my takes on the team shortly. You know, Ruskin was making mention about some of the players who would have been left out from the recent tour of England.
And there is a quick return that was just falling short there of Chandapol. And That's a one delivery that he started closer to the middle and leg stump. And just that turn, I could see the ball clearly bouncing just in front of him. But Ryan Rickleton clearly likes to feel the bat on the ball, feel the ball on the bat, and he loves to drive the ball. But that ends the over. A good quick over from Bishop. Not for 36 now, from 13 for him. It's 249 for 2 at the end of it. So you're talking about the team. What you like the team?
I have lots of talking points, and I
Well,
wouldn't
take
be
it from the side of the players who were left out from the touring team. One, of course, would have been injury. That was with Louis, because he pulled up injured.
right. He also had injury to Kevin Sinclair, who got struck on his hand, his left wrist.
So that's
left
two.
forearm.
So that's two of them who probably wouldn't have recovered in time for this test.
And then you have 3 players who were dropped. One who still yet to make a test. One who still yet to play in test level. That's Zachary McCaskey. He was part of the team that toured Australia, and also this team that toured England. Didn't get a game. Also, Kirk McKenzie, after averaging just 5.5 in 3 test matches, I don't think he will be badly missed or even missed at all. But the vice captain, Azari Joseph, who was named as West Indies test team vice captain without captaining a team at first class level, one of the many amazing selection decisions made during the Desmond Haynes tenure, he has been dropped, not as vice captain, but from the squad itself. Looking at this team, Azari Joseph has not been rested because the vice captaincy has gone to Joshua De Silva. And watching how Azari bowled in the tree, and even how he batted too as vice captain, he didn't bat as if he wanted to show any responsibility out in the middle. So it's clear that he has been dropped. So the other talking point is that there are only 5 specialist batsmen on the team: Craig Braffett, Alec Athanaze, Casey Carty, Kavem Hodge, and Mikel Louis, in a squad of 15. So that tells me that will be a top 5 for the 2 tests. As Isaiah Thorne steams in from the southern end, replacing Shema Springer.
Because I'm wondering where you're going to play Imlach, because and he's a peculiar, well, not peculiar in the sense of surprise, but peculiar because he does bat high up for Guyana. And he bats in the top 5 for Guyana, probably bats at 3.
He batted at number 3 for the whole.
Yeah.
When he came back from Australia, he batted at number 3 for the whole for the rest of the season for Guyana, when he led Guyana to the 4-day tournament.
So do you bat him in the top 5? So do you got a batsman who can wicket keep? Short ball pulled away, but there is protection out there.
That's sort of Zano at deep square. I would have had him lock in the 3rd test at number 3. I don't think he would have done any worse than Kirk McKenzie.
So then we will include him as a batter. So he will be the 6th batter in the team.
Well, the fact that he didn't play in England suggests to me that the selectors see him more as a reserve keeper than a batsman. Well, now as Joshua De Silva is the vice captain, if Craig Braffett cannot play, Joshua De Silva will be the captain. So it's clear that De Silva will play. So I don't know if the selectors may look at him like as a reserve batsman in this lineup, in this setup here.
Because I'm thinking they're looking at, and he was productive. He did, yeah.
He was one of the top scorers in the 4-day tournament.
So obviously his batting is what is getting him into this particular squad. And so I'm thinking they would probably want to bat him in the top 5 or in the top 6. So at some point you probably will you bat him at number 3, because that's where Mackenzie occupied. That's a good shot. Might get a couple here if they hurry, and they will. So if you just play in batsman for batsman and take Mackenzie out, It's between Carty and Imlach to bat at number 3.
I think the fact that Carty was picked means that it's a stronger likelihood that he will play instead of Imlach at number 3. Now, you never could tell, but Carty is a specialist batsman. Imlach is seen as a wicketkeeper batsman. And as I said, if the selectors wanted to look at Imlach at number 3, they would have played him in England. So, as I'm saying, the fact that Imlach did not play in England seems to me that selectors see him more as a wicket-keeper first than as a batsman first. I mean, that's just the way how it came across to me. As you were mentioning Imlach a short while ago, Imlach was the second leading scorer for Guyana in the 4-day championships. The top scorer for Guyana was Kevin Sinclair at 508 runs. Imlach was second with 485, at an average of 55.88.
That's 4 runs. That's beautifully played. And he placed it well away from the man at fine leg. Not much Smith could do down there. And that one raced across the boundary. He's really a busybody there, Ryan Rickleton. Yeah, looking to score, taking up every opportunity to score. So he goes to 25 now, and the score goes to 252. So the 250 is on the board. So that should be 256. Now, and he would go to 25. So he is really rotering along here now, trying to keep the tempo of this innings going. If anything, try to increase the tempo as much as possible. His partner at the other end, though, Kyle Varian, is a little more sedate. His 3 runs have come off 16 deliveries so far. Rickleton, on the other hand, has scored 25, but he has used up 34 balls. So Bishop it is who will continue. Short ball, punched away nicely. That's a good shot, and he is going to get a boundary for it because trying to get across there and to cut it off, but to no avail. And the batsman is going to cash in with a boundary.
So the Solozano dive was in vain at cover. Well timed shot by Calvareni. Partnership 32 runs of 51 balls. Quick going by these two. Ryan Rickleton has already been the dominant factor here. Another talking point from this West Indies team: why is Joshua Bishop not in his side? I would like to know that one.
So nicely flighted delivery, but well played in the end. Well, you already have Gudakesh Muti. You also have Warwickon. And
Joshua Bishop got 42 wickets in the 4-day championship. Jomal Warwickon got 35. Facts don't lie. Stats don't lie either. Joshua Bishop got 42 wickets. He was the leading wicket taker in the 4-day championship. The same tournament Jomal Warwickon played in. Both of them played 7 matches.
another punch through, and that's going to be another boundary because, again, too much width outside the off stump and taken full advantage of there again by Varian. Not to...
Looking at the replay, it seemed as if Jeremy Solozano was late on the draw there. May have been thinking that he just had to stoop down and pick up the ball, not knowing that he had to dive. Flew past him for 4. Now he's been pushed back to the cover boundary as a protective measure.
So that brings the over to an end. It's 264 for 2 when it's all said and done. Varian is up to 11, and Rickleton is on 25. So again, but I don't know what the selectors were looking at, and I don't know if it, at the end of the day, if it comes down to who got the most wickets. It was really a question of how do you balance your team here now.
Mikel Louis got the most runs in the 4-day championships and was picked to go to England.
Yeah, but how many times have you seen batsmen who make the most runs do even get a look in on the squad? And that has been happening for years in West Indies cricket.
You'll never ceases to amaze me.
So it's and I mean, think about this. Brian Charles, he did well, and he didn't get the call. Just another short ball that probably should have been put away by Rickleton. And sometimes it's really the body of work and the timing that, because I mean, you're right, he could be in the squad. Whether he gets to play is another thing, but he's playing in this game here.
I'll have another critical piece to give you after this delivery from Isaiah Son. As I said, there's so much talking points here about this team which has been picked to play South Africa.
Bang on target on this occasion, Thorn.
Coming back to Brian Charles had 31 wickets, Raheem Cornwall 32, Pete Salmon 30. Those were the 3 top off spinners in this 4-day tournament, which concluded in April. If truth be told, in my book, the most consistent of the 3 off spinners for the whole championship was Pete Salmon of Jamaica. Brian Charles got 19 wickets in 2 matches. That was against Combined Campuses and Jamaica, when Trinidad already were out of contention for a top 4 place. As far as I see, the most consistent off spinner in this 4-day tournament was Pete Salmon. To Charles' credit, though, Charles was a member of the team against Bangladesh. I think that was in 2022, and I think yes, he played a warm-up match against England also 2022, the last series when England were here. So I guess he would have been in the selector's mind since then. So I mean, there's a pro and con with his pick, but I'm really baffled about why Joshua Bishop is not in his side, and Jomel Warrican, who was never convinced at international level. And then with Warrican too, Warrican was replaced as the number 1 left arm spinner on the West Indies team by Gudakesh Moti. Was usurped, I should say. So I really don't know. I really don't know. It seems as if we just keep on clutching at straws, plucking names out of a hat. I really don't understand that. And as far as the Justin Graves pick, I remember some years ago, selectors were saying that they couldn't pick Dwayne Bravo and Darren Sammy on the same side. 2 all-rounders. Now you have 2 all-rounders on the same side, Justin Graves and Jason Holder. Unless you're playing 1-1 match and resting Holder for a match.
So their scoreboard continues to tick over here. But and again, too, it's the people would always be puzzled by selections, and I suppose sometimes selectors go with their gut feelings on players, because the stat sheet isn't the sole arbiter in determining who plays and who doesn't play. Sometimes it's you look at team chemistry, you look at what you're looking for in terms of a bowling attack or a batting lineup, as the case may be. And sometimes it's just the timing, and it's not that the player is out of the running, but you sometimes you put one above the other, and you hope that it works out, and if not, then you go to the other option. The over comes to an end, 265 for 2 at the end of it, as the South Africans continue to bat and inch their way towards, now they're looking at 300, and then they'll look at the 397 scored by the West Indies Championship 11. And the thing is, with when the players performing, and that has always been my thing with selection, is you play players when they're in form, and you don't play them, when they're not playing cricket or they stop playing cricket 2 months ago or however long ago, and you're hoping that they're still in. Here's a reverse sweep, not for the first time. We see him try that reverse sweep. There is a backward point there, so I think he has to be careful. He could spoon a simple catch if he doesn't get it right.
The other issue with Jamal Warrican's selection, which in my book makes no sense, absolutely no sense. Jamal Warrican not playing in this match, so how much red ball practice will he have going into that test match? He hasn't played a red ball match since at the, I wouldn't say club level, but he hasn't played a red ball match of major importance since April. Now it's August.
That's sort of the thing. But that's in a lot of ways that's probably not his fault, in the sense that where is he going to get cricket in the region? Because mostly cricket stopped for the World Cup.
Well, he should have been playing. He should have been in this match. If you were seriously considering him for the test team, he should have been playing in this match. At least to get some practice, and also to get a feel of the South African batsmen. At least to get a close-up view as to their strengths and weaknesses. I mean, yes, you could do that of watching this game off our YouTube stream, but he should have been here playing on the ground. At least to have a close eye view to what some of the South African batsmen, what they may be working on, so he could.
That's well played. He might get a single here. Yes, he will.
So he could have a chance to sit down with the team analyst and say, okay, this batsman is strong off his leg, this batsman is strong on your side, and devise a plan to suit.
Well, the over comes to an end. It's 2-6-6 now for the loss of those 2 wickets. I mean, I hear you, and I'm not trying to defend the selectors, but I'm just saying that when you do that, sometimes you expose all your armory against your opponents. So you can't surprise them with anything. So because they would have seen all your bowlers, all your new bowlers, so to speak, inside it. Not that anybody could surprise anybody these days, because so much of it is so much cricket is being played. So somebody would have seen you or seen your bowlers at some point, because everybody is a teammate with somebody these days, playing franchise cricket around the world. So there are few surprises, let me say that, in international cricket, but you still want to at least protect your bowlers as much as possible. So like I said, I don't know what their thinking might have been, why he's not playing here. That's another glorious shot. He won't get a boundary though, and he's going to have to hurry for the second run as well. Good old cricket. But they're able to come back for the 2 runs. Now, again, some people might just look at the scoreboard and say, well, why don't play Jeremy Solozano? He got 100 here, and, but...
Shamal Springer got 100 as well, too.
So it depends on what the selectors are looking for, how the combinations line up. Because you could only play 11 at the end of the day.
And talking about that, this is where I was looking to go now. Looking at the 11, as I said, it's 5 specialist batsmen who have been picked, so it's almost clear that unless someone gets injured between now and then, that the batting lineup will be Craig Brathwaite and Michael Louis at the top of the order. Casey Carty, he could look at Tevin Imlach, but to me, Casey Carty would be the number 3. Alec Altanese at 4 and Kavim Hodge at 5. And Joshua De Silva at 6. Jason Holder was used at number 6. He's not at number 6 in my book, but he was used at number 6 in England. So if they decide to go with Justin Graves, then you could say Justin Graves for sure about 6.
Or Imlach about at 6.
But if you played Imlach at 6, that means you'll just be picking 4 bowlers. Because remember, Graves and Hole are all rounders. Because they already can't tell me you're going to let Hodge do the bulk of your bowling. Hodge to me is really the batsman who bowls. So more or less, you could say top 5 have been almost settled. Either Imlak or Carty at 3, but then as I say, you have Louis Braffett opening. Athanaze 4, Hodge 5. Either Grave or Hole at 6. Because to me, the fact that both have been picked means that they may want to play Hole out one match and rest him for another for the next match.
Well,
In terms of workload.
Yeah, why not? Well, why not just pick 2 fast bowlers?
I'll come to that.
And use Holder as your third
At the
seamer
third, yeah.
and play 2 spinners.
That is what that is what I was leading to as the rag just came off Isaiah Thorne's back when he was in his delivery stride. That is what I was alluding to. I was leading to. Graves or Holder will be the all-rounder at 6, the Silver at 7. The fact that they picked 3 specialist spinners, you can't tell me leaving out 2. In Trinidad and in Guyana, so more or less 2 out of the 3 will play. Moti more or less guaranteed, and either Charles or kind of the second spinner. Looking at what happened in England, Seals virtually will be a lock for the first test, unless he gets injured or is unwell, and it may be either Sharma, Joseph, or Roach will be the other fast bowler in the 11. The fact that Roach was named means that at least for the first test, Roach will be picked. And they may want to use Joseph for the second test, not only because it's Guyana, but they may want to rotate the pace bowlers, maybe give Seals a rest, because you have the CPL coming up as well too. It's a long year of cricket, you know, Ruskin. You have, after the CPL, you have a white ball tour, so that's Sri Lanka in August, not in August, in October. You have a white ball. When I mean white ball, both 50 overs and tests and T20s. Sorry. Then you have a white ball home series against England, T20s and 50 over matches, and then you have a full series at home to Bangladesh.
Well, that's probably where they might very well, in expose somebody like a Bishop there, because you have so much white ball cricket that is being played.
Yeah.
You know.
After Bangladesh, you have a tour of Pakistan. You have
you play him in the one-day game, see how he pulls up in that. Graves, I think, could play a lot of cricket there as well.
Well, Graves was the top opener, was one of the top batsmen in the Super 50.
Or even Springer could get a look in there. That's a good shot. That's going to go down the hill. I don't think Wickham is going to pull that one back. That's 4 runs. Yep. That's very well played. And all of a sudden, you're seeing Kyle Varian coming into his own now, especially with the cut shot. He seemed to relish the opportunity to free his arms outside the off stump. Goes to 15 now from 24. And Rickleton has kind of slowed down at the other end. He's 29 from 51.
After the CPL, the South Africa will be 2 tests and 3 T20s, and then you have the CPL. And after that, be a scheduled tour of Sri Lanka. I will just open it up here just to...
So you have England. You have the England white ball series.
Yes, but after the CPL, there will be 3 T20s and 3 ODIs in Sri Lanka. That will be in October. And in November will be against England 3 ODIs and 5 T20s. That will be late October and will be October 31st to November the 17th. Those fixtures have been confirmed for the England home series. The first 2 ODIs will be in Antigua, October 31st and November 2nd. And then the last ODI will be in Barbados on November 6th. And then the first 2 T20s will be in Barbados, November the 9th and the 10th. And The last 3 T20s will be in St. Lucia from the 14th to the 17th. Right after that will be the full tour.
That's 4
against
runs.
Bangladesh.
That's a good shot again. He was sweeping. You could see Graves's, you could see Bishop's hands go up in the air, thinking he was going to hit the pad. But then the bat came down and he swept it away nicely for 4 runs. No protection out there. And just like that, Viren has gone quickly. Now he's really starting to accelerate. Here, 276 now for 2. And he's going to 19. And Rickleton, who's 29, will take strike at the other end.
Maybe South Africa may be looking at batting maybe till after, just shortly after tea, and maybe getting their bowlers back into the attack. Yes, so I was talking about the England series. After the England tour in November, Bangladesh should be here for an all-format tour. They'll be playing 2 test matches from November 22nd to the 26th in Antigua, and November the 30th to December the 4th in Jamaica. And then they'll be playing 3 ODIs, all in St. Kitts, December 8th, 10th, and 12th. And then 3 T20s in St. Vincent, December 15th to the 19th. So there'll be lots and lots of cricket, international cricket, from now till December. And then they're scheduled to have a tour of Pakistan in January. That would be for a couple of test matches. So yes, there will be the opportunities, as I mentioned, for the not only for Joshua Bishop, but like Shamar Springer, maybe Amir Jangu may be considered in the T20 team perhaps, because as I say, both teams, both T20 and ODI teams, selectors may want to give some of the younger players a run. Maybe Anderson Phillip might be considered.
As you build towards your next engagement, because these World Cups are coming thick and fast now.
The next T20 World Cup will be 2026 in India, and the next 50 over World Cup will be in South Africa and Namibia. Will be jointly staged South Africa, Namibia, and Zimbabwe. That will be 2027. So as I say, yes, maybe Isaiah Son might get a look in. Kevin Wickham may want to give, even like for the Guyanese batsman Kevlon Anderson, Ashmead Ned, the selectors. I'm not saying they must go all youth, but they may want to bring in a couple younger players here and there to give them a taste of international cricket.
Yeah, and I'm sure they will, because, like I said, there's so much cricket, and then it also depends on the availability of players to service all of that cricket, because we know we have a number of players now who are really franchise-based players, who are in and out of the West Indies team for different reasons, and it's purely on availability.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to find replacements for those players. And that's why these games are so important, and the selectors could be looking, that's a good shot. You're only going to get a single for it, but he played it well. And that's why it's so important that players take advantage of these opportunities to really put their names, keep it on the minds of the selectors, so that if and when the opportunity arises, you get the call. And that's why I think here is where, that's why I don't really bother too much when squads are named and some players are in, some players are out, because when you get your chance, you just have to grab that chance
with both hands.
Yep. Whether you play the first game, the 20th game, doesn't matter. But as soon as you get that opportunity, you have to be ready to go. Because nothing is guaranteed. There's not to say that because somebody plays ahead of you means that he will be in the team for the next 5 years. For all you know, you might be the 10th player called. But if you are the one that is ready, and You get to play in a situation where you could get success or you have success. Then here we go. Look at what happened with Shema Joseph. Right place, right time. And, he got his opportunity and he took it with both hands. Now he has to figure out how is he going to build on that. And that is the challenge that he and the coaches will face. I think the players are going to get a bit of refreshment here now. So after 80 overs, it's 277 for 2. We'll take a break and come back with more.
We're back here at the Brown Cricket Academy. Had a couple minutes stoppage for mini drinks break. Mini drinks break, I should say. Myself and Ruskin, you were just talking about the selectors may want to give newer players a run. And that leads me to another topic here, which is the 2024 Caribbean Premier League. In terms of some of the players who were selected by various franchises.
4 runs. Brilliantly struck again. No real fuss, as I say, just nonchalantly picked up the line, got to the pitch, and then just stroked it wide of the man at mid-on and down to the boundary at long on for 4 runs.
And quite a number of the franchises fielding players who are either still in the West Indies Cricket Academy or recent graduates of the academy, or even West Indies youth teams.
So these two have added 53 in double quick time.
Barbados Royals, taking a look at their squad. Well, Alec Athens is a test player. Have Kevin Wickham, Kadeem Allen, Isaiah Thorne, Nathan Seeley, Naim Young, Rivaldo Clark, Ramon Simmons, all of them either still in the West Indies Academy or recently graduated. Nathan Seeley was the captain of the Barbados team that won the double a few days ago in the West Indies Under 19 Championship. Just like Joshua Bishop, a right-handed batsman and a left-arm spinner. So yeah, you could see some of the players. Hopefully, those will be some of these guys could grasp the opportunities whenever they come in the CPL. We have for Guyana, Shema Joseph, Kevin Anderson, Matthew Nandu. We have Junior Sinclair, the young brigade. This over from Bishop Ends. South Africa 282 for 2 after 81 overs. See Brian Charles will be replacing Isaiah Thorne from the southern end. Antigua and Barbuda, not Antigua and Barbados, Antigua and Barbuda Falcons. That was formerly Jamaica Talawas. They have Kelvin Pittman, fast bowler. You have the highly rated wicketkeeper batsman Joel Andrew. You have the Tobagonian all-rounder Joshua James, Teddy Bishop. That squad, some of the up-and-coming players. St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, they have Johan Lane, the fast bowler, Ashmead Ned, Mikel Louise in that squad. St. Lucia Kings, McKenny Clark. We have Mikel Govaya, the horse-spinning all-rounder and son of former Trinidad and Tobago captain Russell Latapi, football that is. Johan Jeremiah, an attacking opening batsman. You have Carrie Campbell, a left-arm pacer from Jamaica. Matthew Ford, he has been in that squad for the past couple seasons. That one kept low by Charles Rickerton, backing away to cut, but had to adjust his shot to suit. You also have for Trinbago Knight Riders Nathan Edward, the left-arm pace bowler who was part of the Under-19 World Cup team 2024. Jaden Seals is in that squad. Shakir Paris, a Barbadian right-handed batsman. So a number of the teams fielding a number of youth players in their squads. So you can see that the CPL will be giving some of the younger players avenues to address the selectors in the T20 format. Charles will remain over the wicket to Kyle Varane. He'll be around the wicket to be specific.
I've seen him do that a lot, bowl from around the wicket, down the wicket. He comes and again, good use of the feet here. So you're starting to see a lot of the capabilities of some of these batsmen as they settle in quite nicely. This pair have added a half century, and now they're looking to push on as well. 283 for 2 at the end of their over. Well, that should be 284 for 2 at the end of over number 82. So, isn't it strange? We haven't had a wicket for the D. And, you know, we've seen 4 different batsmen, and they've all gone about the business in a very, you know, methodical way, and but they've also kept the scoreboard ticking over.
About something I have to say, I know it will be controversial, but hopefully not libel us, but much was made about the wickets here during the T20 World Cup.
That's another boundary. That's very well played again from Varian.
In this match we had 2 centuries. For South Africa they have had 3 half centuries. West Indies also had a half century to Joshua Bishop.
Yeah. So I think the part of the issue, of course, for the World Cup is that a lot of the batsmen, and this is what I have observed, not just in this World Cup, but in a lot of the tournaments now, is that a lot of the batsmen are not, well, I suppose they try to open up the offside of the field a lot more, so they don't get behind the line. Now we see a little drizzle coming back on the ground here, so it means that we're going to have this cat and mouse game with the rain all day.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for especially for the semi-final game that was played here, the Afghans, none of their batsmen were prepared to spend time at the wicket. And as a result of that, a lot of them were, that's a dicey situation. He cut that from the off stump, but he still got it through, and that's 4 more. And he played that very late indeed, and just before the ball actually went into the stump. There he was, bringing the bat down nicely. Nice little twirl of the bat. And carved it away for 4.
Well, Ruskin, you will have seen this guy who I'm going to call his name. You'll have seen him play. I never seen him in the flesh because when he was playing, I was not even a thought. It was said that when he cut, he used to cut so late that he's to be called tomorrow. Lawrence Rowe.
Well, in fact, they said when he cut, it was an absent cut. And it was
It was
so
so
late.
late.
Yep. So here's the end of another over. But that was a good shot there from Calvarian. And you're seeing now how capable a lot of these batsmen are. They may not have the reputation of some of the others before them, but they certainly look at ease at the wicket right now. And they're beginning to really show what they're capable of and what the South African selectors and the South African public could look forward to going forward.
Yeah, so as Mickey mentioned that, we could see are not that bad as, the international media made it look. It's good to see that the batsmen, as Ruskin was saying, now some of the batsmen are prepared to build an innings. I think that has been very noticeable.
Well, just as he gets he gets his headgear changed, the umpires have decided that they're gonna have a little break, and now they're gonna get some refreshments brought out for the players. But just as Rickleton had gotten he changed his helmet for his sun hat. He's going to have to delay that for a little bit while the players get some refreshment. So we'll take a break and we come back. It's 2:92 for 2 now with Rickleton on 36 and Viren on 28. refreshment break. And South Africa taking their time. Remember, they resumed at the 172 this morning. They're up to 292 now. It's going to be Brian Charles who is getting ready to resume, one of the new faces on the West Indies team, looking for a wicket. And they're going to squeeze a quick single off of him here. I think for somebody like Brian Charles, that experience I think is going to do him a world of good, even if he doesn't get to play in either of the two games, but just being in the dressing room with the players, going through the preparation, understanding what, listening to what the coaches are saying. And short ball that's tugged away, but there is again protection out there, and that is part of the learning. And when you're playing when you're making the step up to the international level, or from any like a youth level to a senior level, as the case may be, sometimes it helps when you're just in the environment. You may not be thrown in at the deep end, and that one is cut away nicely. It's gonna get a couple, not get a boundary. Wickham is out there, but that was punched forward between the mid-off and the extra cover.
And also Charles is a very safe catcher. I don't know if he plays in either test, if he will force his way to the slip cordon, because we saw throughout the England series the slip cordon were Hodge, Holder and Anthony's. Maybe when Hodge is probably when Holder is bowling, Charles could be using the slips. He's a very good slip fielder, and he's a handy low order batsman. So left to be seen how.
I think that's the thing with all the spinners that you called there. I think in terms of the batting, the one that is the least capable, let's put it that way, is actually Warrican.
Yeah, well, Warrican is more of a blocker. Like Kima Roach, he's more of a blocker than a hitter. Moti and Charles could probably give you at least a decent
that's in
20,
the air,
30.
but that's going to go all the way. It's going to go down to the boundary. That's going to be 4 runs.
A one bounce 4. Rickerton moves up to 39. Yes, so Moti and Charles could give you a decent 20 now and again.
It's another good shot, and every so often, they produce these spells where they score quickly. So you get like a flurry of boundaries, and then for a period they just kind of just
consolidate.
Yeah, play on merit, and then every so often they just open their shoulders a little bit, as if to say at any time we could change gears. But Rickerton is up to 39 now, 296 for 2. But 300 is on the board, because I'm saying, because that should have taken it to the 300.
Yes, it is.
Slow turn. There isn't much turn in the wicket, and whatever turn there is, it's all very, very slow. And that is that's why, these games are so important. Bowlers like Bishop will have to understand that they really have to try different things, just try new things, because to dislodge top-class batsmen is hard work. They're not going to give their wickets away most times, unless it's a limited overs game and the situation dictates how they play. But if they're just coming to bat, and bat for long periods as a bowler, then you have to have, variation and in lengths and lines and speeds and everything that may help you get a wicket.
Or in layman terms, a plan B, a plan C, a plan D.
It's not going to come easy, because look at how comfortable every batsman that comes to the wicket is shaping up. That's a good delivery, and that's what I'm talking about. Every so often you have to be able to produce something to take wickets.
I think the only batsmen who didn't get to double figures were Tony DeZorzi and Tristan Stubbs. Everybody has scored at least 25.
50. Well, so far.
These two here.
Yeah, then these two are pushing on now. One is 43, one is 29.
Right, so everybody has scored at least 25.
Yep. But the other three all scored half centuries.
Yeah,
They all got half centuries and they all looked in control.
especially Markram. To me, Markram was the most impressive, at least to me.
No, you're right. He did shape very well. So 300 for two at the end of that over. And the thing about it is that the South Africans, because they haven't really attacked this target, it means that they just, if they're going to declare at all, and you know it's going to be a sporting declaration, they may very well declare under the total
Yeah,
and give their bowlers a little blowout later on this evening.
see if they could get about 2 or 3 wickets, perhaps. As Brian Charles continues from the southern end. Something else I was to mention about South Africa, and this for people like me who are into the history side of sports. Just last night and earlier, I think it was a couple of weeks ago, I took a look at a clip from what CNN did called Branded a Rebel, which focused on the West Indies rebel tours to South Africa in 1983 and 84, and also not only the tour in terms of the players who were selected, how the negotiations went along, but what happened to some of the players since. I mean, sadly, both have died. That's David Murray and Richard Austin.
This one is in the air, but it's going to go safely away from Wickham, and but he was deceived there. So good bowling there from Brian Charles. Just didn't get the ball to go to hand, but it's certainly for a moment there, Rickleton was living dangerously.
I know Sylvester Clark also died, but you know the clip was also talking about what happened to the players since they came back from South Africa, when a lot of them, well, they were banned. They were handed life bans. That ban ended in 1989, and Ezra Mosley played a couple test matches against England in 1990. Ezra Mosley, unfortunately, he died
In a freak accident.
Yeah, he was struck while riding in the native Barbados some morning. May soul rest in. Well, the players who died, may all their souls rest in peace. Yeah, the clip was talking about how some of the players who returned to the Caribbean struggled to survive. As I said, Richard Austin sadly was a street dweller. And
Out of Jamaica.
yeah,
Yep, so it's 3 or 2 for 2 as another over comes to an end from Brian Charles.
that was a sad story there. I know the only Trinidadian who went was Bernard Julian, going off from memory. He and all two was found it hard to be reaccepted by the public. You know, that was a story, especially the younger cricketing fans who are watching this clip, something they could take a look at or even read about. Also, when you look at West Indies South Africa history, you can't know about these two teams and not read or even follow what happened in 1992.
That think about the game at Barbados.
That's I was
Yep.
going to, that's what I'm referring to, the boycotted test match over the non-selection of Barbados fast medium bowler Anderson Cummins.
This time he's gone aerial and probably was deceived a little bit there, but still manages to get it up and over and picks up another boundary.
It looked like his intent was to go over the top. Fortunately for Varane, he wasn't deceived by the flight. Got it past Blades at mid-on for 4. Yes, that test match, it was standard 5 at the time. I was 10 going on 11. Richie Richardson's first test match as captain. Brian Lara's first test match at home.
Think about the Walsh and Ambrose.
Yeah, Ken Benjamin made his debut, and also
And that's another gift that he accepts gleefully.
was a badly lined ball. Jimmy Adams made his debut in that test match, and I think David Williams as well too made his test debut after the selectors decided to move on from the bunch of guys who were part of the invincible teams of the 80s, 70s and 80s. Gus Logie was left out. He was in the 13, but he was left out. But Viv Richards, Gordon Greenwich, Malcolm Marshall and Jeff Toujours, the selectors decided to move on from that quartet. So it was a new generation of players, and the Anderson Cummins non-selection rankled with the Barbadians so much that they boycotted the match.
310 for 2, and it turned out to be, and what a match it turned out to be as well.
South Africa needed 200 runs in the last innings. Started the last day. They had a rest day. They had rest days in those days. Rest day was after the 4th day, I remember, and I think South Africa needed less than 90 runs to win.
Phil Simmons.
Yeah, just like Brian Lara, Phil
Phil
Simmons was his first test match at home. He had played for West Indies in the England tour of 91, but he never played a home test match before that.
Again, Brian Charles just a little too short, and quickly Rickleton jumps on it. But all of a sudden, we are seeing Viren coming into his own now. He's the one who's picking up the scoring. Now he's up to 37. Rickleton is on 46. He's almost catching up to him. Down the wicket he goes. It's in the air, but it's over the head of Wickham at mid-on, and it's gone for 4 over his head down to a wideish long-on position.
One bounce. Looks like Viren is getting comfortable against the spin twins of Brian Charles and Joshua Bishop.
So he goes to 41 now. And like I say, Rickleton is kind of slowed down, but Viren is the one who has accelerated. He's 41 from 53. All of a sudden, he has picked up his scoring significantly. And he's gone again, this time the reverse, and it's going to be 4 more.
And not a man move.
So beautifully played, and he's really showing his full range here now. He tried it earlier and didn't succeed, but boy, he timed this one brilliantly. He placed it well also.
Going back to my history classes, well, quote-unquote classes, another West Indies South Africa encounter that will live long in the memory, and this is for the wrong reasons, will be 1998-99 tour of South Africa.
And he's going to get a single that will tie him now with Rickleton.
On 46.
Both on 46 now. Both iron half centuries. And if they should get there, it will be the 5th of this innings.
Race to see who got it first.
Yeah, 320 now, so it means also that they are closing in on that 397. 77 runs away.
The 1998-99 tour began on a bad note because there was a standoff in London. Brian Lara and Carl Hooper and Pat Russo had to fly to London. You had manager Clive Lloyd and coach Malcolm Marshall. I don't know if Malcolm Marshall was involved in the negotiation part, but you know there was a standoff. The team left South Africa late, and a number of injuries picked up during this series. Jimmy Adams had to miss the series with a finger injury. Otis Gibson was drafted in from playing club cricket in South Africa. I know you were mentioning earlier to Kadira about who played cricket in South Africa, the avenue of playing first class in South Africa, first class cricket. Rion King was called up from a West Indies youth team, from the West Indies youth team. I think he was part of a A team to India with Ian Bishop as the captain. He was called up to the series as well. Things were so bad. Junior Murray was promoted to open for a couple of test matches when Stuart with the opening pair of
Stuart Williams.
Clayton Lambert and Philo Wallace. They couldn't handle the pace of Sean Pollock and Alan Donald. Things got so bad that Junior Murray was called up to open for a couple of test matches, and one of the saving grace for West Indies was the batting of Ridley Jacobs. He really came into his own in that tour, but everything else just went downhill. West Indies were beaten 5-0 in the test and 6-1 in the ODIs.
Yeah, again, Brian reaching for that one. He's on 46, as is his partner, Ryan Rickleton.
The coach of this championship team, Floyd Reefer, he was called up to replace Jimmy Adams. He got a,
Left-hander for left-hander.
yeah, he got a baptism of fire in that series as well too. Jack Callis and all two was used as an all-rounder. He had the Pat Simcox, the burly off spinner.
It's a better delivery. You had him kind of reaching for it, not knowing whether it was going to spin away or just continue on. And South Africa has a rich cricketing history as well. Even during the apartheid series, the players whose careers basically stalled because of apartheid, a lot of them were playing in England. And in fact, that's where there's probably the only option that all of them had playing. And they created enough of a buzz, or they showed enough to suggest that had they been playing Test cricket, they probably would have been one of the more powerful nations at the time, because there were so many of them. Yeah, you have like Barry Richards, who played with Gordon Greenwich at Hampshire as the opening batsman. And, you know, you had Proctor.
Pollocks,
Pollocks,
Graham and Pollock. I read
Graham and Peter Pollock.
Right, Peter was Sean's dad. It's Sean's dad.
You know,
that was.
so they had some Clive Rice. So they had some amazing talented players, and unfortunately they were lost to world cricket at that point in time. You look at some of the clouds still, they're about, but no immediate threat of rain. In fact, those clouds seem somewhere in the distance.
The Bandit Rebel clip which I saw yesterday made mention of some of the South African players who unfortunately
Greg LaRue
couldn't carry on at international level because of the ban. Either couldn't carry on or they didn't get to play.
No, I saw some of those guys play, and they were amazing. Really amazing. And it really would have been fun to see how they would have matched up to some of the other Test playing nations at the time, and how their players would have fared in the Test arena.
Going off of memory, I think Clive Rice was the captain of South Africa when they made their first international, when they played their first international after their reinstatement. I think that was against India. But when South Africa came in '92, was former Australian batsman Kepler Wessels, who was born in South Africa. He was the captain of that squad.
Down the wicket he goes, and that's a great shot. That one is going all the way, and that's straight as an arrow, and it goes straight back past the bowler.
Over the umpire's head for 6.
And that's a good hit once again. And
to bring up his half century.
Yep, that will bring him to his half century.
Well deserved.
So he gets there first.
6 fours and 2 sixes, faced 83 balls. Ryan Rickleton.
And it's kind of effortless. He's donned the sun hat now, so it means he means business, as they say.
A rarity in international cricket now, seeing batsmen batting with floppy hats.
Yeah, he discarded the helmet just before the water break. In fact, we were laughing at that.
Yeah.
And because he had called the assistant to bring the helmet, so he ran to cut it so he doesn't waste time, and then the umpires called time for the water break, so he was very upset. 326 now after 90 overs, and that's a pretty good return for 90 overs. 326. I think they will take that anytime.
Correct. Yeah, as I was going to say, it's very rare to see now. I don't want to say the younger batsmen, but the batsmen in this era, batting with a floppy hat. If they're not batting with a helmet, either they bald head, well, not literal bald head, but they are helmetless, or they use a cap.
Yeah.
Very, very seldom you see floppy hats.
The broad-brimmed hat.
Yeah.
Well, I remember there was a time when that was fashionable.
In my days with Richie Richardson, was Sir Richie Richardson, no. My days.
Clive Lloyd used to use. In fact, most of the West Indians used to use them.
Well, I'm giving off my age now. I saw in flash cricket in from the 90s. So I clearly remember Sir Richie Richardson with his floppy hat.
Viv was probably the rarity because he tended to use his cap most times. His West Indies cap with a peak. But other than that, almost everybody else wore a broad brim. Down the wicket he comes, and that's 4 runs. Again, beautifully played, and that will bring up his half century now. So Kyle Vereen also getting to his half century.
Almost similar to the way Rickerton brought up his half century in the previous over, coming on the wicket and driving over the top, but Rickerton was straight over the umpire, Dayton Butler. Vereen, he was over mid-on for 4.
So his half century coming off 64 balls with 11 fours, and they're pushing on towards this. This pair brought up 100 now together.
Something I wonder South Africa may try to do is if they may want to get some of their low order batsmen at the crease. No, I'm not saying I don't want to make this match into a free for all, but let's say that these two batsmen on 50, one of them may retire. Like I saw Mulder is padded up.
He has been padded up for a while.
Yeah, so he may want to at least get at least 20-30 minutes at the crease. Well, I mean, if he gets out, well, he's out. But if he may want to at least take an opportunity to get a little knock.
Yeah, 331 for 2 at the end of that over. 91 overs bowled in this inning so far. 331 for 2.
Yeah, I'm not saying that all like Rabada and Gidi and Nandi Burger may want to come and bat, but a couple of the players who will be involved, who you will say are the first choice players, even like Kishaf Maharaj could, if they may think that they may want to send him in, at least they get a 20 minutes before tea, because they will have to, they more or less will be.
But I'm just double checking. They never took the new ball.
No.
So that is an option that but the
great
problem with the new ball is that you could concede, the runs could flow off the new ball. That's a delivery kept very low indeed.
Or maybe Grace may want to use this opportunity to give Charles an extended run and maybe save him during the second innings, save him for the test match or the test series.
Kima Roach. That's a good delivery. A little bit of turn there and some bunks as well.
No, I'm saying I'm just speculating. Grace may want to give Charles an extended run now, and not over bowl him or not bowl him when South Africa bats again.
The second innings if needed.
Yeah, they may say whatever. They may want to save him for the test series, so he will get his extended run now. I noticed Kemar Roach didn't come back onto the field, so he may be given a chance to rest and ice down and have his muscles tended to in the pavilion. So maybe opportunity here for Charles to get a good workout in a match situation.
Yeah, because like so many others, I don't know if he's been playing much red ball cricket lately.
No, he was part of he featured in the Trinidad and Tobago T20 festival. I know he got an injury while bowling. He got an injury to his right hand. That was in May. But in terms of red ball cricket, may just be what maybe just be net
Next
practice.
session, yeah. So 332 now for 2. So that target is coming down. It's coming down rather quickly now. Because think back to a while ago, they needed 200 plus. Now they just need another 65 runs to overhaul the 397 posted by the West Indies Championship 11, which in itself is a good total, but it looks like it's going to be overhauled rather easily here.
But I think
Not that that is the important. I think the game is serving the purpose for which it was intended, to give these players an opportunity to showcase their talents. As far as the Caribbean, the West Indies Championship team, and for the South Africans to give them an outing in a match situation.
yeah. But I think if Grace, I'm not saying his tactics are negative, but I think the fact that he made mention that the new ball hasn't been taken as yet, I think that he may just really want to give opportunity for slow bowlers. And if he really wanted to attack the South African batsmen, they've taken new ball and brought back on Anderson Phillip and Roach and Isaiah Thorne. Let them have a go at the South African batsmen. He hasn't.
Down the wicket he comes, trying to get there. He loves to use his feet and get to the pitch of the ball. He's not a tall man, so he kind of shuffles his feet quickly to get into position. That time he almost yorked himself.
But that strategy could be useful in these slow wickets.
And there's a appeal for a stumping. Not out, says the umpire. Django still looks at the umpire very inquisitively, as if to say the foot probably was on the line, or who knows.
That is his footwork. It's in particular coming on the wicket.
It's something you don't see a lot of, but I suppose, especially players who play a lot in the subcontinent, they're good users of their feet. They tend to use their feet a lot more than players from other parts of the world. And I think they do it too out of necessity, because a lot of those wickets are slow or turning wickets, or slow turning wickets, and you want to make sure and try to negate the spin where possible. And another over comes to an end, so they're churning through these overs rather quickly now. 332 for 2 at the end of 93 overs. And when you think back, the 2 wickets fell so long ago that it's almost like a day ago we had those 2 wickets falling. And Anderson Phillips getting rid of De Zouzi with a brilliant delivery that went through bat and pan, and then a good catch in the slip cordon by Graves off the bowling of Smith. Those are the 2 wickets fallen. Makram, 82, retired from 107. Bavuma, 51, retired. And then we had David Bedingham getting 74 before retiring. And we have 2 other half centuries now. Ryan Rickleton, 52, and Varian is also on 52. So 3-3-2 for the loss of 6 wickets, or the loss of 2 wickets rather. Again, everything is so slow. He could just kind of stand there on that back foot and wait. And even when there's a little turn, it's so slow. And that's in the air. This could be a wicket here. Does he get there? There's a chance. Either one could get to it there. Smith was coming in, and running back was Blaze, but neither one could get there. And frustration for Brian Charles. He thought he had a wicket there, but it wasn't to be. And Rickleton gets a single when it's all said and done. He goes to 53 now. 3-3-3 for 2.
One of those unlucky chances where, perhaps one of the fielders could have dived, but then again, I don't know, could have injured himself.
Yeah, my fear was they were going to collide. And this is a brilliant shot. That one is going down behind square. There's a long chase there. And it eventually hauled in. So good work in the end there, trying to come across and stop it. And doing well was Salazano.
Okay.
And the batsman, again, will settle for the 2 runs. So in spite of all the heavy scoring, we've had some good fielding as well. And there he goes again with that reverse.
And well stopped by Smith.
Yep. Tumbling. But that was my fear just now, because remember Smith was running in from the boundary, Blaze was running back. Neither one are actually looking at each other. And I'm saying I hope they don't collide. And this one again is played. That's the reverse, and the result is the same. That's 4 runs. A very productive shot, and that's the kind of like the T20 influence impacting the modern game, rather regardless of the format that is being played. So 339 now for 2 after 94 overs.
Seeing a change of gloves, and it looks to me that maybe some instructions may be passed on from one of the technical members of the South African team. He's run onto the field bare feet. To know that will have been allowed in a first class match or an international match. So more or less he may be passing on some instructions. Maybe one of you all may be called in and somebody may be sent in to have a...
Get on with it.
I would say get on with it. At least to have a 15-20 minutes before the scheduled... play started after lunch at 12:15. So, don't know if tea will be taken earlier or they may take tea at the schedule 2:40. But if it was me, I would tell one of the batsmen, just stick out, just bat for about 5-10 minutes. If you get out, you get out. But if you don't bat well, you just call you all in and send in somebody else to at least get a 15-20 minutes, maybe Mulder, as I suggested perhaps. Or maybe one of the, like Mirage or Pete, may want to give them at least 20 minutes for whenever they are called into action in the test matches. Just to digress here, I just opened up the email which was sent by Cricket West Indies concerning this West Indies team, and I will read what Miles Bascom, Director of Cricket for CWI, said. He said that how we are confident, I'm quoting him, we are confident about the team selected for this important series against South Africa. The selection process for the squad was led by our head coach Andrew Coley, pending the implementation of our new selection process, which will be rolled out in the coming days and articulated publicly shortly. He also continued, this squad reflects a thorough evaluation of players' recent performances and suitability for the conditions we anticipate. We are confident that this team is well balanced and capable of competing at the highest level. Close quotation marks. Yeah, so I mentioned yesterday Dr. Kishore Chalwe in our radio program and Mason and guests saying that he made it clear that the coach will have a major say in the team selection. Now I was talking to, just a while ago, I was talking to former West Indies and Trinidad and Tobago opening batsman Brian Davis, and he made a point that with the coach, it has its good and its bad. The bad is that the coach may be studying about tactics, and now we'll have to study about selection as well. So you'll see how that plays out.
So it's 340 for 2 now at the end of over number 95. So they're pushing towards that 397, whether they will bat through to see if they attained it or if they will make a declaration at some point. So I would think that in terms of the batsmen we have seen, I think the coaching, the staff of the South African team would be happy with what they've seen. that almost all of their batsmen would have gotten a little feel for life out in the middle.
Just one mention here. It has been mentioned that Azari Joseph has been rested. I think that's been diplomatic. I'll tell you why after this delivery. The two Josephs played in the IPL. Well, they were in IPL teams.
Didn't play much cricket.
Well, Azari Joseph played a couple matches, Shamar Joseph played one. The two Josephs were part of the T20 World Cup squad. They were part of the squad. Even if they were not on the field, they would have been involved in net sessions and practice sessions. And the two Josephs went to England.
It's another brilliant shot again, not a man move. He just got into the wicket and that's helped it over mid-wicket for 4 runs. Brilliantly played again by Viren. Just look how quickly he's into his stumps and cashing in. So he goes to 62 now. So he has taken the lead from Rickleton.
A sweep shot for no run by Varane.
So that ends the over, and I think the umpires are they going to do one more over? We'll see what they decide. Here, the umpire has taken a look at his watch, and I think we will have another over. So possibly this might be the last over before the tea interval. I'm not absolutely certain if they will take the break
Or not.
because we're not really given like new playing conditions, so to speak, but we'll just play by ear. But I did see the umpire Butler stay there as if to wait to see when his partner gets behind the stumps to see if they would proceed, and it seems like we are going to proceed for this over at least. Bishop it is.
I'll tell you one more reason why I said that quote about resting Azari Joseph is diplomatic.
Oh.
Yeah.
Africans are really beginning to push on now, and so they've had 5 batters get past the 50-run total. So this is a very productive exercise for them, especially for their batters, because they're getting a good workout, and not just a good workout, but they're also getting it's productive for them in terms of runs, and as a batsman going into a test match, that's the one thing that you want under your belt, just knowing that you've scored some runs and that you as much. It's on the board, so again we're counting down to that 397, and we're gonna almost had another boundary there because you could see him backing away there, Rickleton, wanting to get on with it now. I'm not sure if his captain sent him a message or what, but clearly you can see a distinct change in attitude as he just trying to work things around. So it gives me great pleasure as I spoke about his captain. And they are going to take the break now. It looks like they're going to take tea at this point in time. Are they? The umpires are still waiting. Not quite sure what they decided they're going to do. It looks as if they're just going to change it over. So it gives me great pleasure to welcome into our little commentary booth here the captain of the South African team, Bavuma. Let me say welcome to Trinidad and Tobago to you.
Thank you. It's good to be back in the Caribbean. Haven't been to Trinidad, but yeah, enjoying it so far.
You have to enjoy it. You're watching your batsmen. You have 5 batsmen who gotten past 50 in this innings alone. Just 2 men missed out. Stubbs got 8 and Dizozi got 9. But other than that, everybody else, including yourself.
Yeah, I think it's been a good exercise for not just the batters, for the bowlers. We decided to bowl first which was a bit unfavorable for the bowlers. They weren't looking forward to the heat, but we wanted to, get time on the legs, get acclimatized to the hot conditions, and that they did well. And then from a batting point of view as well, for the guys to spend time out there, I guess get used to the surfaces. Surfaces are a little bit different to back home. Where back home there's a little bit more pace off the wicket. Just to just get used to, at the pace of the wickets.
Well, that's good, and of course the weather, because it could get hot at times. Not that you're not accustomed to heat, but it's still a situation here where you have to acclimatize to the conditions that you're going to be playing in, especially here in Trinidad and Tobago.
Definitely. I think some of the guys are coming off some cricket, albeit it's been a different format. So, coming from T20 cricket to red ball cricket, obviously different in terms of your discipline. So making those adjustments is important. Some of us have been coming off long layoffs, either from off-season rehab. So, it's been good to be out there again, out on the field. We're looking forward to the next couple of weeks as well, and hopefully things can go as planned there.
Were you back home when the T20 World Cup was being played?
Yeah, I was back home. I was undergoing my rehab.
Your rehab as well. Yeah, so you would have seen the team play here in the semi-final.
I actually missed that game. I was on holiday. I missed that game. But from hearing from the guys, apparently the wicket was a lot spicier than what it is here.
Spongy wicket. Is that what you expected when you first got here? You thought you might have gotten a wicket with similar to what they described to you?
I thought so, but at first look of it, I thought, no, it won't be that. I did expect the wicket to break up a lot more, but it's actually kept quite firm. Little bit of spin on offer, but more on the slower side.
A slow turn is what it is here, and I want to get your impressions of the actual facility, and a lot of people come here in the CD Brian Lara Cricket Academy. What were your thoughts when you saw it for the first time?
Yeah, lovely facility. I think I can only imagine it being a full-packed stadium. Mm-hmm. The type of atmosphere or vibe that it could be. I'm sure it was a massive scene coming into that semi-final. But I mean, the facilities have been good. Pictures, the lunches are incredible. Boys are enjoying their lunches. We're really having a good time.
What is your favorite lunch? What have you had rotis yet? Have you had a pilau?
There was something plantation that we had yesterday. That was quite different, but nice as well.
That's good. At least they're taking care of you guys as well. I would imagine the plan is to try to win the 2 test matches. You've lost Dean Elgar, one of your key pillars, but you must be happy with what you're seeing from some of these new players coming in.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good point. At the top of the order, we've obviously identified Tony Dizozi as someone to partner up with Aiden Markram at the top. So, the sooner that they are able to solidify that partnership, the better for us as a team. We know as middle orders, we rely a lot on those guys up front to kind of set the foundation, kill that new ball. So, that's one of the things that we'd like to tick off in the next 2 tests at least. And think even the younger guys as well, a guy like Tristan Stubbs who comes in at number 3, a lot of talent, a lot of promise obviously that he's shown. So for him as well to kind of start making his mark, coming in at 3, and then all the other guys to kind of continue building and getting better and better.
Bingham showed a tremendous amount of quality here today. As of these two right now, Riggleton and Varian, what are your thoughts on them?
Yeah, look, I mean, players with X factor, I'd like to call them. On their day, they can really take the attack away they can take the game away from the attack. For Reina, obviously, he's played a little bit more than Riggleton, and I'm sure he'd be hoping that he can put up some big performances if the opportunities were there. On Riggleton's side, look, he's probably a guy who's kind of eagerly waiting for those opportunities. But I think if he's able to take the form that is shown in T20 cricket, I mean, it would help us a lot that you got a guy coming in the lower order who's able to put bowlers under pressure when conditions allow him to do so.
And how do you make this balance? How do you operate with this balancing act? Because we have so many players and some outstanding players, and I suppose the same thing with South Africa, who are unavailable for a tour like this, because a lot of them are playing franchise cricket and are probably focusing a lot more on that. How do you get that balance right?
Look, I think that's the biggest challenge. I think unions or federations rather are trying to find the best possible decision, one that at least allows players at least to exploit the financial opportunities that are out there, but at the same time we are still able to, as a country, put out our best teams out on display. I think a guy like Marco Jansen, who ordinarily would be within the squad, him, it's been a different type of approach where he's been rested, where the plan is for him to kind of go through his strength and conditioning program and get him up to speed from that point of view. Guy like Andrich Nukia as well, who's obviously become one of our key members in the test team. He's opted to, I guess, find himself in the other formats and get his body to where he wants it to be. And I guess until then, he won't be making himself available for the Red Bull stuff. Look, a guy like Clausen as well, he's so
dangerous. Yep.
He stepped away, but I think that's the challenge. Must say, Cricket South Africa are trying in terms of having the communication with the players, understanding what their future plans are, and then trying to find a way for that to kind of mirror what their plans are. But yeah, it's quite a challenging one. As a captain, you want your best players at your disposal. But I guess we got to work with what you got. The players we have are still quality players, so not complaining too much.
What is the conveyor belt like in South Africa right now? Are you seeing more talent coming through, and especially like people like yourselves, young black players? Are they gravitating to the game of cricket a lot more now? Yeah, especially the T20 format, because I know that is the big attraction now.
Yeah, so I think, with T20, I think that's allowed a lot more talent to kind of be out there on display. I think, again, the challenging thing is, being able to adapt your game from T20 cricket to Test cricket, which is obviously a different challenge in itself. I think in terms of the diversity that you find, there's a lot more players of color, a lot more black African cricketers are coming out, batsmen as well. So I guess that's always a good sign for the growth of South African cricket. We know that transformation on those likes is super important for the continued growth and sustainability of our cricket back home. So I think that's a good sign. Plans and programs that have been put in place are working, and there's fruits behind it.
Well, that's good, because I suppose that at any given time that is going to be the big benchmark. But let's focus quickly. You have 2 test matches here in the Caribbean. What do you think your chances are? This is a young West Indies team as well.
Yeah, I think it's a young West Indies team. I just had a sight now of the squad that they released. I think for us as well, fairly inexperienced team. Probably our bowling attack is a bit more settled. So I think the challenges will be the same from that point of view. We'll be obviously taking a lot of confidence from our last tour here to the Caribbean, albeit it was in Saint Lucia when we played. West Indies obviously a tough team in their own conditions, so I think that we got to give them that respect. So I think for us, nothing really will change too much. We'll prepare as well as we can, take the intel that we can get from these conditions, use the next couple of days to kind of prepare ourselves and look to play our best cricket. I think a lot of the guys are looking forward to it. We're excited. We haven't played Test cricket in quite a while, so there's a lot of eagerness, like I said, excitement for this two-match series.
And if one final word, if you had to say something to your fans back home, what would you say to them right now as you look to accept this new challenge going forward with a young team, as you said, an inexperienced team?
Yeah, I think support, encouraging them to continually support the team with some positive figuration, if I could say. I think the team is, as much as it's a young team, but we've got the right guys in the squad. My opinion, these are the best guys we have selected. So, and I mean the guys are very motivated to do some good work. We're obviously in the Test championship now. I mean we're setting ourselves to the fans happy, as the guys did in the previous T20 World Cup. So yeah, please continue the support, and we'll strive to do you guys proud.
Timber, congratulations and welcome to Trinidad, but don't go too hard on the West Indies team.
Thank you.
We would like you even more.
Thank you. We'll try our best.
Me too. Be kind to your hosts. That's what I'm saying. So that is the situation. Timber Bavuma there, the captain of the South African team, joining us here. It's 3:53 as they continue to just wheels their way down towards the total set by the West Indies Championship 11. 397 is their target, and right now they're 353 for 2 at the end of 98 overs. 44 runs adrift at the moment. So Ryan Rickleton 63 and Calverin's also on 63, so these two have been level pegging for some time now. The current partnership is 127 runs, so they have really kept the tempo going with these two teams. Then Calverine is waiting, and that's way too wide for him there. Blades still pushing the ball across the right-handers. It's 355 for 2. Really just going about their business in their merry way, not really taking too many risks. Blades again pitching up, and this one is should have been fielded, but it's just eluding the man at point, and they almost got an overthrow from it as well. But it's Thorne is the man who is sliding there and just allowing the ball to elude his grasp. And this is not a bad fielding ground. In fact, this is a pretty good fielding surface. So it's surprising that sometimes when players misfield, and especially when it's not a difficult skill to execute on a surface like this. But all the same, as you would have heard there from Demba Bavuma, he's certainly looking forward to playing the upcoming test matches and the T20 matches, I suppose, that will follow. South Africa, they have their fans here in the Caribbean, no doubt. So it will be interesting to see what kind of crowds turn up at the Oval next week to witness that test match before they head to Guyana for the second test.
I'm not too sure.
And then they'll come back here for the 3 T20 games. I'm not sure if Bavuma is going to be on that team, but here's another lofted one again coming down the wicket, and just put it may not even get to the boundary because they might just stop on hitting the surface. It just hits the surface and dies literally, and that will be 2 runs to Rickerton.
All right, after a couple false starts, back. Had to give way for nothing. I'm not vexed about it. Glad that Bavuma gave a South Africa perspective as to his expectations of the series and also his views of the ground here at the Brown Cricket Academy and how the team stay has been thus far, and also the fact that just like West Indies, South Africa will be fielding a few new players. I don't know. I didn't make mention of it because I didn't remember until recently that South Africa had a very unique situation earlier this year against New Zealand. I don't know if Ruskin may remember, but South Africa it was a situation where the South African regular test players, because of for contractual reasons I should say, had to play in the South Africa T20 competition.
There he goes again. This is another one, but again he doesn't time it all that well, and he's only going to get a single when he was looking for a lot more than that. Came off the bottom of the bat, Rickerton, so he'd have to settle for 1. And that should bring the score to 359 now for 2 wickets, and he will go to 66.
Yeah, South Africa had a situation where they played New Zealand and they had to virtually fielded a second string. I wouldn't say the second string team in a bad way, but the main test players were unavailable because they had to compete in the South Africa T20 competition. So they had to expose a number of young players. Dane Pete featured in that series, the off spinner. He featured in that series. It's similar to if West Indies say they have their CPL going on now, and all the main players had to go. I mean, Craig Baffert is not in the CPL, so he may just be the odd one out. But I don't know, Joshua Silver plays for St. Kitts. So South Africa had a situation like that where all the main players had to play in the South Africa T20 festive competition, and they had to field some of their reserve players against New Zealand.
Well, it's an opportunity for them to expose some young players. It's not the ideal situation.
True.
But sometimes, good things come out of bad things. This one is in the air. That's another great shot once again. And he's gone the distance once more. So Rickerton really stepping on the gas here now. He's up to 72. The scoreboard ticks over now to 65 now for 2.
Just a while ago, earlier this morning, you were talking to Kadira about where the ropes have been brought in, but even if the ropes were pushed back, that would have still been 6 because that landed over the gravel section here, the drain. So that would have been 6 anyhow you look at it.
Yeah, that was a big hit, a good clean hit as well. And these two just keep rotating along now. The difference is 32 runs. 365, which is a famous number here in the Caribbean. He goes again, trying his luck, but can't get it past this on this occasion.
I'll go back to that South Africa. It was a South Africa, according to a Cricket Info report, was a makeshift squad that toured New Zealand in February, and only 3 players from that team are in the squad here. That's Pete, Bingham, and Dane Patterson, the pace bowler. So those are the only 3 who made the cut this time around for this tour.
Yep. But then you remember Bavuma was injured, so now he's back. You know, and so it really is a situation where sometimes when you have to rely. Look at the West Indies team that went to Australia.
Yeah, it was.
Because you had so many players. That's another good shot, but he won't get a boundary on this occasion. Coming across there nicely is Bishop. You know, sometimes when stuff like that happens, you basically, you know, dip into your reserves.
Yeah.
And like I said, if you can pull a gem or two out of that, you never know. It might just add to your cadre of frontline players, and that's exactly what we saw happening with the West Indies, where a number of those players are now trying to cement themselves in international cricket.
You're referring to the Australia tour.
The West Indies tour of Australia.
And coming out of that was Shamar Joseph.
Yep.
And also Kavem Hodge had a decent showing in the second red ball test. He scored a half century.
So that's what I'm saying. So out of that, you're hoping that you're able to, like I say, it's not the ideal situation because nobody, like Tempo was saying there, he would like to have his best players available to him, but they're not. And these are some of the officials who are just, I suppose, discussing important matters.
I could give you 3 examples. Well, one happened before my time and 2 happened recently. Well, not in recent times. I'll go the latter one first. The last one first. The tour to Bangladesh in 2021. That was during the pandemic when a number of West Indies players, including the red ball captain Jason Holder, declined to go. Well, because of pandemic phase. And coming out of that tour, well, they also had a white ball series as well. And the main name coming out of that tour was Akil Hussain, where he cemented his place in both the ODI and the T20 squad at that time. He also had in 2009, also against Bangladesh, when they had a player dispute, when a number of frontline players opted out of the home series against Bangladesh. Floyd Reefer, who is coaching this West Indies championship, was named the captain. And Kemar Roach came out of that series. Bangladesh won the series 2-0, but Kemar Roach made his debut and was a regular member of the team since then, barring injury.
So it's what, 366 now for
2, yeah.
101 overs bowled. So they did take the new ball eventually. And so the struggle continues here. They try to work their way through, but they haven't been able to get wickets. I think that has been probably the most disappointing thing for them. It's not that they've been bowling that badly, it's just they haven't really been able to beat the bat as often as they would have liked or create chances. Got 1 or 2 close shaves, but not enough. One would say 366 for 2 it is now. 64 to Viren from 100 balls, but it's this man, Ryan Rickleton. 73 from 112. He wants a single, but his partner not interested.
And also, this one Ruskin will remember, in I think it was 1978, that was during the Kerry Packer series when a number of the West Indies players opted out of the team. That was when 3 players, I think it was Richard Austin, Derek Murray and a couple of players were dropped, and Clive Lloyd quit in solidarity with a number of the frontline players that toured to India, and coming out of that tour was Malcolm Marshall and Larry Gomes. Well, Larry Gomes was a French player then, but Malcolm Marshall already made his name in that tour.
Came straight out of the domestic. Well, you didn't play much domestic cricket. Similar thing for Michael Holden. Didn't really play much for Jamaica. and went on tour almost immediately and made a name for himself.
Yeah. Was just checking the Cricket Info story which mentioned about the players who played against New Zealand, the French South African players. These two batsmen at the crease, not only they are battling to see who they can make a century, but they are the two frontline wicket keepers in the South African touring party. Ferrain is incumbent.
Rickleton is really the understudy.
Yeah, Rickleton played against West Indies last year when South Africa won 2-0.
But he looks accomplished with the bat. Plus he's left-handed, so he can give them some variety in that lower order.
Yeah.
It's a good shot, but while straight at goes there to Shamar.
Springer, yeah, at point. South Africa have not named their T20 squad as yet. You was asking Bavuma if he may be in reckoning for then, but I don't know if they may give him a recall. I mean, a number of teams now be looking at new players for the next T20 World Cup. I'm not saying that Bavuma is not good, but I don't know, the selectors for South Africa may want to look at some of their younger crop of players. I know Quinton de Kock referred to what he stated that this World Cup, which recently concluded, will have been his last for South Africa. Don't know if they may want to. And then they have Shamsi and Keshav Maharaj, both of them in their early 30s. I know South Africa may want to look at their pool.
Brought some new players.
Yeah, so.
Yeah. But I suppose it's what is happening all around the world right now with cricket, because so many players are unavailable at certain times,
Yeah.
or some are choosing to focus, elsewhere.
T10 and T20 leagues. Bavuma is 34, by the way, so I don't know if the South African selectors may want to look his way in the T20 squad. Or they may decide. Maharaj also is 34. So, as I said, I don't know if South Africa selection panel may want to inject new blood. It's up to them. It's a bit cloudy here, but
what do you find happening to a lot of I suppose associations or cricketing associations now are trying to manage their players, and so just to prolong careers as much as possible, knowing that because of the demands of the shorter formats, that some players, I don't want to say are being pigeonholed into into certain areas, into certain formats, but I think that's one way that somebody like Akeem Roach, who doesn't really play much white ball cricket, is probably able to play Test cricket for as long as he has.
England did that. I remember some years ago Ian Bishop made mention that England, they didn't make it official, but their selection policy made it clear that after the 2015 50 over World Cup, that was the last we saw James Anderson and Stuart Broad play white ball cricket for England. And look, Anderson, and it was clear that Anderson did not retire on his own accord from international cricket. He didn't say it openly, but reading between the lines.
We feel well protected here, members of the police service, who are just, I suppose, getting in some laps, going around checking, making sure that everything is okay.
Protect and serve.
Yep.
Yeah, so James Anderson, he turned 42 a few days ago, and as I said, from his utterances, it was clear that he did not retire on his own accord. And Stuart Broad retired last year. So they played almost 10 years strictly red ball cricket for England in the latter stages.
And what happens with them, because England plays a lot of 5 test series because you realize now we have a lot more Ashes series being played
Yeah.
because it's a big money spinner one, and they play so much more matches, whereas the West Indies look like West Indies South Africa is a 2 test series,
Yeah.
you know, whereas most times you go to England, West Indies went to England and play with 3 test matches.
3 test
You
matches.
know, and that's like maximum for the West Indies. But Australia, England, Australia, India, you know, England, India would more often than not would be, you know, they try to play as many test matches as they possibly can.
Especially with the TV rights.
Yep. So they make a lot of money
Yeah.
for that, and that's why they could make a decision like that, because their players who would be missing the cash from the franchise tournaments, they can make up for it by giving them guaranteed contracts, and so they don't feel as if they're being punished for choosing or being forced to play only Test cricket.
And sometimes the players themselves make the decision. I know recently Ben Stokes decided that he was retired from the 50 over format, and he opted out of the World Cup because of his troublesome knee.
That's another brilliant shot. He just waited on it, and there he goes again with another almighty swing for 6 runs.
The way Rickleton is batting, he may be looking to see if he can be in the South African team strictly as a batsman.
He
As I
picked up.
mentioned yesterday, there are a lot of players like Zorzi and Stubbs who are new into red ball international cricket. The way Rickleton is batting, I think he may want to be in the 11, even if it's a batsman only. Not
Yeah.
doing any cause any harm.
Well, remember the West Indies too are probably in a similar quandary with Imla.
Yeah.
You know, so where do you play him, or do you play him at all as a batsman?
As you were talking about players who may want to choose formats for the Australia series earlier this year, the Australia, which was a multi-format tour, all 3 formats. Jason Holder, Kyle Myers and Nicholas Pooran opted out of the 50 over squad because they wanted to prioritize T20 cricket. I mean, if it was up to me, I am not I'm not part of the selection panel, but I was wondering if the selectors may be thinking that way with Jason Holder, because up to recently he was playing all 3 formats. Jason Holder is in his 30s now. I don't know, the selectors may want to.
Yeah, that's the end of the year, but that's T as well. So Rickleton is on 80 and Varane is on 66. So that is the situation here at T. South Africa chasing 397 as scored by the West Indies Championship 11, 375 for 2 at T on day 3. And that is a bold reply on their part. It means they're just knocking on the door of that 397 was scored by they were 22 runs
22
away.
runs adrift, yeah.
So it's a pretty good response to that, and I think it's clear, Joel, that this is really a battling-friendly wicket here.
Yeah, and the batsmen, as you can see, as we have seen, with all the batsmen who have either scored centuries or scored half centuries, once you set a foundation, you can build an innings. I mean, I'm not saying that the bowling has not been good from either team, but it's clear that this is a wicket where once you apply yourself, you can reap rewards.
So we'll see what happens after the interval. It's tea time here, and again, South Africa 375 for 2, replying to the West Indies Championship 11, 397 all out. We'll take a break. We'll come back in about another 15 minutes or so. Thank you very much. As we welcome you back here to the Baranara Cricket Academy, where we're getting ready for play after tea on the third day of this encounter between the visiting South Africans and the West Indies Championship 11. And what we're seeing is the South Africans have again opted to change their batters. Keshav Maharaj gets a chance at a little knock, and also getting a chance as well is, of course, when Mulder. And also getting an opportunity to get a ball is Anderson Phillips. And immediately he is bang on target to start the reply, to start his new spell, I should say. So again, so yet another South African pair, new pair at the wicket. So Varane retired for 66, Rickleton retired on 80. And the new pair, of course, Keshav Maharaj and Wayne Mulder. And 2 slips inserted for the spell from Anderson Phillips. Sure, he'll be keen to see if he could prize out another wicket here. The West Indies haven't had a wicket since around this time yesterday afternoon. So it's been a while. Turned away nicely, but again, coming off the bat sweetly, just trying to flick it off his pads, off his body, more than anything else. Play it on the onside. Keshav Maharaj with hands on hips and leaning on his bat at the non-striker's end, obviously looking at the conditions. 375 for 2, and remember 397 is the score for the. See, that's a good snorter, and I jumped at him there. So good delivery, but well played in the end, as he was coming forward and then just had to check as that ball jumped at him. Good delivery from Anderson Phillips.
Good afternoon to all our viewers here in the Caribbean and the Western Hemisphere. Good night to the viewers in South Africa. Joel Bailey here alongside Ruskin Mark. Something I speculated before the tea interval has come to pass, where both Rickleton and Varane decided to retire and give some of the lower order batsmen. Well, Mulder is the only specialist or rounder in the team, and Keshav Maharaj a few minutes in the middle. Well, I wouldn't say few, maybe about a half an hour or so, at least to get some batting practice in a game setting. That's how they will be looking at it, because more or less both, or at least one, will be fit here during the test series. I'm not saying that the bowlers wouldn't go hard at them, but at least they will have an opportunity to have a competitive knock before the test series starts.
So our first over comes to an end. It's a maiden over from Anderson Phillips. to start his new spell. I'm sure he's keen to get into his work, probably pick up a wicket or two. So it's going to be Kemar Roach who is going to pick up the attack from the northern end. And immediately they sprint away for a quick single, very well judged in the end. And able to complete it quite comfortably too, Kisha Marad. So he's off the mark immediately. Roach, who's back in the West Indies team. Remember, he missed the tour of England recently.
Taking a look at his scorecard, the only specialist South African batsman who didn't get a look in is Matthew Betsker. If I can check his stats, he's uncapped at the test level. He's actually 25 years old, a right-handed batsman. He hasn't gotten a look in here. So it goes to show that South Africa see him as the reserve batsman on the team. But still, I think he could have gotten a knock. Maybe the technical staff be looking at those who will feature at least in the first test, or be heavily in consideration for a selection, for a pick. Not saying that Betsker will not be considered, but I'm talking about those who they may fancy for a spot in 11.
That was a good delivery from Roach. Just see the ball tailing back into the right-hander. And trying to get out to the Wayne Mulder coming off the inner portion of the bat. So I suppose it's important for Roach to really get some work under his belt, but you don't want to overwork him as well. So he's had a good rest. So he's coming back now. 10 overs prior to this one, not for 32, so he's in his 11th over. I think his ceiling might be 15 overs in this game, in this innings possibly.
Guess this may be just like what happened to Brian Charles in the second session, where he bowled a number of overs from the southern end. I guess Graves may be looking at this as Roach's last real outing before the test match. As it stands now, unless West Indies really falter badly in the second innings, highly unlikely that South Africa may bat again in this match. As it stands now, guess they may want to bat for the next hour or so and declare and let West Indies survive, West Indies Championship 11 survive the latter portion of today and all of tomorrow.
So 377 for 2 at the end of over number 105. Both batsmen on 1. Roach finishing his 11th over, not for 33.
Seen a fresh coating of paint, but that's on the eastern side of the ground.
Yeah, sprucing up for when the teams return here for the T20 matches later in the month.
As well as the CPL, both women and men. We'll have a number of matches here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Nicely driven into the gap. That's going to go down the hill. It's a long chase, but I think it might just hold up, and it does. They thought for a moment about a third run, but Mirage was interested. But Mulder said he'll be happy with 2.
Chandler Paul had to do the work from cover point.
That's the thing about cricket, you know. There was a time when Chanderpaul came on the scene, you felt that he had done enough to cement his place in the team for a long while. He showed those signs. Now he's on the outside looking in.
Well, to be critical, last year, Chanderpaul scored a double century against Zimbabwe. West Indies won that series 2-0, and when they went to South Africa, they lost the series 2-0. Both series were 2 test matches, and there were question marks about whether Tejna and Chanderpaul could really handle quality pace bowling. Added to the fact that he is predominantly a back foot player, so his first movements are back. So you were wondering if there would be there were some technical flaws exposed in the South Africa series. Against India he struggled, against Australia he struggled, and even in the regional 4-day championship for a test player he really he was more, I could say he was more a steady player than a dominant player for Guyana. I think really and truly selectors were expecting more from him during the 4-day championship. And maybe why it is they decided to go with Mikel Louis.
This is a pretty good line from Anderson Phillip. He's been right there, thereabouts, forcing the batsman to play at almost every delivery.
I mean, back in our days, and yes, I'm making myself sound old now. Back in our days, when as we were talking to Kadir earlier about opportunities in England to play red ball cricket at the first class level, I guess Tejna would have gone up England and spent some months either in the county circuit or in the league circuit. That avenue is not as it used to be, as productive as it used to be. Not only productive, but as available as it used to be.
Yeah, the doors were shut many years ago, and it's now just slightly opening up where 1 or 2 players are getting a look in now. I think most of the players tend to gravitate towards the leagues in England, but then that's where quite a number of West Indian greats actually started. So Gary, Clive Lloyd, a lot of them played in the leagues first before they actually got onto the county circuit. Get a slow delivery from Anderson Phillips, mixing up his deliveries quite nicely. Ends the over, 379 for 2 at the end of it. So Roach is going to come back for his second over of a new spell. West Indies, I'm sure, would really love to pick up a couple wickets here in the late in the afternoon, just to build some confidence. Here's Mirage, and that's a beauty from Kemar Roach. That one just pitched and left him. How he didn't take the off stump with it is anybody's guess, but that's a brute of a delivery.
If not the off stump, he could have gotten an edge, but Mirage, to his credit, played inside the line of the ball. time a bit higher. Maraj plays it down to mid-on. I mean, Roach has his critics, especially at his age. But no matter what angle you look at it, Kemar Roach was badly missed by the West Indies during the Test series against England. I'm not saying that his presence would have changed the result of the matches, but it was clear that his experience in England would have been a massive asset for the West Indies.
That's another good delivery from Kemar Roach again. He's giving Maraja a nice little work over here. Trying to see if he can prize out a wicket. Good away movement, good seam position as well. Discipline from Mirage there, this time not going chasing after a wide delivery. So it's the day after the holiday here in Trinidad and Tobago, but it's the day before the weekend, proper. So a lot of people are probably opted to take the day off as well. Make it a long weekend. Roach, holiday is the furthest thing from his mind. And trying to see if he could change the line a little bit. Probably drifted too far towards leg stump.
I guess if Roach leads West Indies to victory in the first test before the 5th day, you can look at the 5th day as a holiday. Which is actually 36 now. He turned 36 on June the 30th.
There's a little more purpose in his bowling here. As that over comes to an end, it's 380 now for the loss of 2 wickets. There's 17 runs adrift.
Roach is a veteran of 81 test matches. You can see his batting average just 11.51, but his bowling average is 27.74. He has a tally of 270 test wickets.
Which are not bad returns for him.
I think actually he's in the top 10. I'll have to
Western and fast bowlers, Western bowlers.
Bowlers in Test cricket. I'll just get the correct chart here.
Remember too, Kemar Roach probably coming off of that sort of back injury. Came back not with the same speed, because when he first started he was more tear away. But he's been more controlled, if not as quick as he was before.
Alright, I'll give you the list of most wickets for West Indies in Tests. Kemar Roach actually is number 5. Courtney Walsh, 519. Sir Curtly Ambrose, 405.
Only?
Malcolm Marshall, if he was still alive, by now he would have been knighted either by the Queen or now the King or of England or the Barbados government. Malcolm Marshall, 376. And Lance Gibbs, 309. And 5th, Kemar Roach, 270. And 6th, Joel Garner. I was not named after him, by the way. Joel Garner, 259.
It's another snort of a delivery, but because the wicket is so slow, Anderson Phillips getting some good bonks there, but it's just not able to. Normally, if that wicket had a little more life in it, that delivery would have probably kicked and hit the glove
Or the helmet.
and go up, as opposed to hitting and going down, because by the time he made the adjustment, He literally pushed it off his face, kept it out in front of him. Got it down into the slip corner, but it went along the ground. But again, another good delivery from Anderson Phillips, creating some problems here. And Mirage has to be watchful.
On the topic of West Indies cricket, during the England Test series, I am part of a couple of WhatsApp chats, and one of the major topics was Kemar Roach and how long again does Kemar Roach has an international cricket, and if it may reach a stage where, like what happened with James Anderson, where the West Indies selection panel, however that will be constructed, and even the coaching staff may have to have some words with Roach as to life beyond Kemar Roach at the test level.
It's another good delivery from Anderson Phillips as he continues to hone in there on that off stump.
I will say this, before I give my judgment on Kemar Roach's future, I personally will wish that whenever he calls it a day, I mean, I know he tried his hand at commentary during an England white ball series a couple of years ago, but I think he should be involved in the sport, if not by the Cricket West Indies, at least one of the territorial boards. Okay, I think if it was up to me, when Kemar Roach retires, I will let him work with the academy team. Not an official bowling coach, but he can be a mentor to the pace bowlers. If not that, you could say, well, alright, when West Indies youth teams, he can work as a mentor. I mean, yes, with the coaches, you will look for coaches with certificates and badges and all those sort of stuff, but at least he could work as a mentor. I mean, you can't beat experience, and he has had experience all over the world. So I think that's where the West Indies board, or even the Barbados Cricket Association, could look at utilizing his services, especially with the younger brigade.
That's the end of a pretty good over from Anderson Phillips. It remains 380 for 2, and another maiden over from him. So his 12 overs have just cost him 27 runs with 1 wicket. And Shamar Springer warming up, unless he's taking over from Roach. It looks like no, Roach is going to continue. And I suppose this would be the workout that Roach would be looking at. Now, those numbers you're seeing there, the wickets, are not necessarily the fall of wickets, as much as those are the wickets when the players retire.
Yeah. Yeah, so back with Kemar Roach, as I said, I really don't want him to be lost to West Indies cricket. I mean, as I said, when he retires, I really think that either the Barbados Cricket Association or Cricket West Indies can let him work with the younger brigade of pace bowlers. Besides the youth teams, there's also combined campuses and colleges. You have the West Indies Academy, who are involved in the regional first class circuit. One of those teams could use Roach as a mentor, because too often you hear complaints about players. Well, in my time with the greats like the Richards and Greenwich and Haynes and Gus Logie and Jeff Toujours, they were not immediately used to work with the younger crop of players. You know, people say that the board are not utilizing their services and stuff, so I don't know, something they could think about where Kemar Roach is concerned.
Well, I suppose that's an international issue, but that's also a practice that we've seen happening with a number of teams, and now with franchise cricket, a lot of players gravitate towards that role once their playing days are over. You look at Pollard with his team, he's assumed that position. Bravo has assumed a similar type of position.
In the IPL?
In the IPL, and you see them around the world assisting wherever possible.
Yeah.
So it doesn't start or end in the Caribbean. I'm sure there are other avenues for players now because, and by no way am I sending Roach into retirement because, like I said, because he has been able to keep himself relatively fit, he's been able to prolong his career, and he just keeps churning out performances for the West Indies. So long may it last. I mean, at some point he's going to have to consider what his end date is, but I think he has earned the right to dictate that as to when he wants to call time in his career. But if the West Indies Cricket Board wants to sit him down and have a chat with him, I don't see why not.
Personally, when after the Australia tour, when Shamar Joseph burst on the scene, I was thinking this England series would have been the last of Kemar Roach, if not the England series, the South Africa series here. But it's no secret Alzarri Joseph struggled badly in England, especially being the leader of the attack. And that's something you'll have to seriously consider because Jayden Seales is still developing. I'm not saying he's not good, but he's still developing as an international bowler. He hasn't played Test cricket in the subcontinent, so you'll have to see how he adapts because West Indies will be going to Pakistan next year, in January. Still have Shamar Joseph, he's still young. Jeremiah Lewis uncapped. Anderson Phillip has only had about 3 or 4 test matches, if so much. So you already be looking at a leader of the attack. So I think that in that sort of scenario, Kemar Roach may be kept in the circuit, the test circuit maybe a while longer. I know next year, besides Pakistan, West Indies will be playing a home series against Australia. That should be June, July. They'll be playing a home series against Australia. And I'm going from the Future Tours program, and I know they have test matches away to India and Bangladesh in October, November next year, 2025, and a couple of test matches in November, December against New Zealand. So I don't know if this. I think the selectors may want to look at 2025 with Roach. Probably by then, Alzarri Joseph may regain form. Jayden Seales, you'll see improvement with Seales and Shamar Joseph. Anderson Phillip, if he gets a record. Jeremiah Louis, if he gets a run with the team.
We just saw Kemar Roach if he stepped off the field. So I think he is probably done for the day.
You also have Isaiah Son. I don't know if his successes at the first class level could see him forcing his way to the test team, like what happened with Jayden Seales when he made the West Indies team at age 19. Don't know if... but I really think that where Roach is concerned, the selectors may be looking at 1 or 2 players who we could look at and say for sure that person could lead the attack.
Well, that's the thing with fast bowling. You're never quite sure. And it only comes in time, and some people just naturally gravitate to that role. We sort of penciled in Alzarri Joseph as the most senior bowler in the absence of Kemar Roach.
What I guess is in terms of experience, test experience.
Yeah, but it's not always, it doesn't always work out that way, and you kind of like grow into the role over time. And it's probably better to play with the senior players for a spell and then find your way after that. Graves right on target. Because you see it a lot. I mean, it's good to have succession planning so you know after a while who's going to kind of step aside or cut back. And then you kind of promote. England could afford to do what they did to Anderson and Co. because they know they have a stable of about 6 or 7 genuine fast bowlers or good fast bowlers, just waiting to plug and place. But other countries don't have such a luxury.
The other factor with James Anderson
That's
is
4
that
runs. That's cut away nicely for 4.
the other factor with James Anderson is that England will play well after he retired. They had 2 against West Indies and 3 against Sri Lanka. They had some matches at home. So whoever will have come in this case, Gus Atkinson, will have had time to acclimatize at test level at home. I mean, the real test will be away from home, but at least he got a feel of test cricket in front of his home fans.
Yeah, well, that always helps, but sometimes some players seem to do better on the road. A lot of times, especially when they're now starting out, they're fearless, and they just seem so much more relaxed away from home, and under no pressure to perform. But it's precisely that is why they perform, because they're under no pressure. They just wake up in the morning and go through their routines and do what they're accustomed doing, and they're not bothered by what people might be saying or uttering to them while they're in the field, as can happen when you play at home, or you read the newspapers and might see negative things about you or the team, and not everybody handles that the same way. So there are a number of factors that really go into it, but the main thing has to be and I think this is where the West Indies now are kind of like at the crossroads. Do you have a bowling attack that could get you 20 wickets in a test match? And I think that is the big question for the West Indies. At some point in time, I think the batting unit will come good. They will click as a unit. This is a ball standing up there, but he Mulder not able to take advantage of it. Stood up there, and he was trying to climb on top of it to hit it square. He did play it well, but he didn't place it well, and got no run for it. The end of the over, he remains 8. Mirage is on 2. It's 385 for 2 at the end of the over.
Looks like it's really clear that Kemar Roach is done for now. Jediah Blades handed his cap to umpire Bassarat, so he will be taking up the attack from the northern end. Left arm fast medium bowler, 22 years of age. Had to abort his run. We'll do it all over again.
He looks a little bit stiff as he walks back there. And that's the thing with fast bowling. When you had a long spell earlier, it takes a while sometimes to get warm up again. It's almost like a sprinter trying to peak twice.
One slanting across the batsman, left alone and taken by keeper Django. Shamash Springer really doing some warming up at mid-off, doing some jumps and some skips, so I guess he will be given a run shortly.
And cutting at one outside the off stump there, not making any contact. In fact, he went under the ball and wasn't too far from the outside edge.
That run up from Blades looked like it was in slow motion, at least from my vantage point. Looked like he was just jogging.
Yeah, it certainly is. These are the tough. This is the tough part of playing 3 and 4 day cricket. You get to these periods here where if you're not concentrated, you could be in trouble. He tried it the one before, got away with it, not this time. And just standing there and stroking it beautifully. Kisha Maraj looking like a front line batsman, playing a gorgeous square cut.
Yes, gap between Joshua Bishop at point and extra cover in Solozano. Once the ball got past the two of them, it was only one result would have been 4. Mirage goes up to 6 with that shot.
And it's a brilliant delivery. It might have cut an inside edge. There's a stifled appeal. He's going to go back for a second run. And it would be interesting to see if there's any signal other than runs. And it is runs. It came off the inside edge. Just as I suspect, it was a good delivery though. And that pass between the pad and the stumps. That could so easily have taken the stumps on the way through. But it's like there's no luck for the West Indian bowlers. They've been in the field all day, nothing to show for it. There's another one, and he puts it down. Well. That one hit the edge. Again, Kisha Maraj feeling for it. Django got a hand to it, and for the second time in this innings, he couldn't hold on.
Problem is that Django went with one hand instead of two. I mean, I'll try to be as analytical as I can. The way how Django moved, he may have been thinking that the ball would have come straight to him, but the deviation caused by the edge, you could see he was starting to move a little bit to his left and he had to dive to his right. Stuck out his right hand, but the ball didn't stick.
So
This time he drops another one. I don't know if I could clearly see that his concentration is it has been not shattered, but it has been affected by that spilled chance.
he had an opportunity that the guy was at a good, comfortable height to be taken. He just couldn't rope it in. He didn't catch it at all. It just seemed to hit the glove and almost burst through the glove. So 393 now. So they're just 4 away at this time.
That have been increased for about a half an hour now. I wonder if South Africa may declare after the overhaul West Indies Championship 11 target. Total of
Another cut shot. That's going to bring the scores equal. That's a brilliant shot. He just stood up there and smacked it square for 4.
short and wide. Any batsman with his sword would have dealt with that as expertly as Mulder did. All along the ground for 4. So the scores are level.
So now it's about building some kind of a lead here now and try to set up a declaration. Django again having a tough time of it.
Remember where Django was concerned, he dropped Markram early in his innings. Markram went on to score 82, retired. think Akram was either 4 or 5 when he was dropped by Django yesterday.
So there are 2 slips in place there, and I'm sure they'll be hoping that something could hit the edge and come their way. Hopefully they'll be able to catch it. Brian Charles and Wickham having a little chat there. But again, everything looks so easy because of the lack of pace in the wicket. Makes life very difficult for the bowlers, especially the quicker bowlers. It's like swimming against the tide. You're always up against it. But full credit to the batsmen. They've taken advantage of the situation. Taking advantage of the pitch. It's been a slow pitch. And it's just giving them enough time to feast on it for a while. That's a good delivery coming back at him, but a big inside edge might have saved him. That one really cut back at him there from Graves. Good delivery. And you could see the bowler just getting ready to go up.
Perhaps a bowler with more pace would have gotten a dismissal, either bowled or leg before. Right? Shoulda, coulda, woulda.
Graves just adjusting his line there, just that little bit there. 397 for 2 at the end of the over. Scores are tied. When you consider the differences, here we have some birds feasting. With some seedlings or something. But when you consider that the West Indies Championship 11, they were bowled out for 397, so they lost all 10 wickets. South Africa, on the other hand, have really essentially or effectively lost just 2 wickets. And so it's been a tough day for their bowlers. So let's see if Blades can pick himself up here now and buy himself a wicket. Sure, he would love to see the back of Mirage. You know he can go past his outside edge again. Oh, he did it already. I'm sure he's thinking he could do it again.
Hopefully he does it with some pace. I mean, he's not the quickest around. And he may not want Mirage getting more comfortable in the middle. Left alone by Mirage.
It's been that type of a day for the West Indian cricketers. They have to really dig deep here, try to preserve their powers of concentration, but at the same time give the effort that the coaches are asking them to give. It's not the easiest thing when you toil and toil in the field all day. You don't have anything to celebrate. Not a wicket taken. 2 wickets to fall occurred since yesterday afternoon. So scores are still level at 397, but only 2 wickets down for South Africa.
Personally, I think, sorry for interrupting. Personally, I think this will be the last pay for South Africa. I mean, since they have only added 22 runs in 46 minutes. So it looks as if Both batsmen, their role is just to get accustomed to the conditions here in Trinidad.
That's a where did it pitch? I think it pitched outside leg stump. That's why the decision is not out. Plus he's bowling from over the wicket.
And maybe a bit high. Maybe. I mean, these things with umpires call. Sometimes you see the ball is going over and it's clipping the stumps, so they may think it's going over and it's smashing the stumps.
It's always the predicament in which players find themselves. That's why bowled again, you could see the distinct curl of the ball coming back into the right-hander. But Kishan Maharaj played it well. So again, I think the Windies have to be smart here. Even if they know they're going to be facing a small deficit, but you don't want that to climb too quickly. So you need to try to keep it tight for as long as possible. So again, it's always about trying to keep things honest. That's another good over. 397 for 2, another maiden over. So Anderson Phillips 1 for 27, Smith 1 for 53, Kemar Roach North for 35. Graves has bowled well since coming on to the attackers also.
Have kept things tight. Hasn't bowled much in this innings. Didn't bowl much yesterday. But he's leading from the front as far as the ball is concerned. Seeing a couple players with their red rags. I see a son was using one while he was bowling before tea. See Kevin Wickham, who is at short point, and Justin Graves, who is the bowler, also have a red rag they can use for their sweat.
It's not a good shot, but it's just going to net him a single. Maharaj is, I think he's asking for a change of bat. I think his bat might have been chipped or something. And those are his options from which to choose.
And I'm almost sure instructions were passed along the way too. Maybe how long again he will be given the bat. Whether he'll be replaced by another batsman or a redeclaration will be announced, if at all.
So Mirage, all the bat grip is the same as the one that he replaced.
Very cloudy here at the Brown Cricket Academy. There was a rain delay for an hour. Well, the delay was for an hour, not the rain, but the delay was for an hour between 11:14 a.m. and 12:14 p.m. But thankfully we have gotten a number of overs in today. And the South African batsmen have gotten the opportunity to get some much needed practice.
Kind of late decision to go across that one, but we'll take the single anyway. I'm not seeing the, how should I say, the innings isn't getting the kind of impetus you would think a team that is probably looking to declare how they're going to win. That's a bad bit of feeling there. First, the bowler kind of pulled out of the way, and then he left it for his mid-off, but he couldn't get around to it, and they were able to get a boundary. Is that Joshua Bishop diving away?
Smith.
Smith diving away down there, not able to hold it in.
Smith body language suggests to me that he thought Graves would have stopped it.
This is a closer delivery, a little closer to him, coming back at him again. Just kind of choking him a little bit.
Could only pick him at point. That 4 by Mola brought up the South Africa 400. They are 403 for 2. I have to make it clear that 4 batsmen retired today. Not to see anybody scored
one yesterday.
yes, not to say anyone scored a century or even a double century. But it's just that 5 batsmen in total have declared the innings, which is say retired, which is the more appropriate term.
So we have another change of bat taking place.
Mulder.
As he's getting ready to face up to Blades. So just the 2 slips. Those are the close-in catches. There is a short extra cover now. Wickham is going into that short extra cover position. Coming a little bit straight, or is he coming on the onside? I think he's coming on the onside, so they've abandoned that plan. And he's going to try and plug mid-wicket. So it's all kind of laboured right now, very deliberate on the part of the West Indies.
Tempo have slowed down considerably. Looks as if the West Indies Championship 11 are just waiting for South Africa to declare.
And this time he is taken. Finally, the catch is taken. That by Charles holding that one in at slip. And that is the end of Keshav Maharaj. He goes for 11. It's 4-3 for 3.
As the first wicket to fall today. Amazing as it sounds. And nobody has scored a century, but was a well judged catch by Charles. Moving to his left at first slip. Maharaj goes for 11, 403 for 3.
So Blades joining the wicket-taking column. Getting the 3rd wicket to fall. Matthew Bretsky is the new batsman.
I was wondering about Bretsky earlier on, if he would have been given some time in the middle. seeing that he's coming in after Mulder and Mirage, it's very, very clear that unless injury or illness occur between now and Wednesday, that Gretzky will be one of those carrying drinks for South Africa.
So it'll be interesting to see how he shapes up here now, and if the West Indies could probably prize out the last couple of wickets here. Remember, we had 5 batsmen retired, and they picked up 3 wickets, so that would be 8 batsmen accounted for.
Gretzky allowed that one to go through to keeper Amir Django. I mean, it's obvious now that unless West Indies championship is ever really implode in their second innings, this may be the one and only time South Africa will be batting in this match.
Yeah, and I think that might be the plan to bat once. I don't think they want to try and come back to bat a second time in this game. So I think they'll just probably bat, if anything, bat until give the West Indies an hour. See if they can prize out a couple wickets, maybe a 40-minute burst with the new ball. In the meantime, the work continues at a pace. Beautifying the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. We have red, white and black, the national colors. We have the red at the bottom, the white in the middle and the black on top.
Driven to Solozano at extra cover. Betsker, sorry, still on north.
You can see Blades almost talking to himself there at the top of his mark. Kind of trying to work something out in his mind, how he's going to prize out this next wicket. Pitching up there, and again the ball eluding the fieldsman. Should have been actually should not have been a run. Instead, they're able to pick up 2. So maybe just that little concentration levels dropping here now. But you would think after getting that wicket after such a long time, the players would be buoyed by that, trying to maybe pick up a couple more, 4 or 5 for 3. Maybe they're already in batting mood and they're probably thinking, why don't they declare?
Sun is back out.
It really turns out to be a really nice afternoon. Had the period, we had a little cloud cover, some heavy clouds, then the rain. Then we had a slight drizzle that threatened to delay things further, but the umpires played through that, and here we are. That's another great delivery coming back here. But again, because of the lack of pace, the batsman Mulder not overly hurried, although he did have to make a quick adjustment.
To be fair to Graves, he has held his own with the ball after tee. Has been very disciplined in his line and length. hasn't let the scoring, has kept the batsmen, I should say the batsmen, in check, haven't allowed them to play with much freedom.
I think when you look at it, it seems like there's more action in the nets with the ground staff than actually taking place out in the middle. They seem so much more energized.
They're having their own net session
Yeah.
on the eastern side of the ground.
That's another good delivery again coming in to the right-hander. Mulder just having a little bit of a difficulty here negotiating Graves. He's trying to get after him, but Graves, because of that movement off the seam, Graves is creating a little bit of a problem for Mulder. He's not able to time the ball as well as he would like. So this is really good bowling. This is an impressive little spell here from Graves.
Not the quickest, but as I said just a minute or two ago, he had been very disciplined, trying to put the ball in Mulder's court. Mulder has scored 17 but off 42 balls. Now he has to play forward. Ball went up to Thorne at mid-on.
Yeah, that's another good delivery from Graves there, keeping the batsman quiet. Not really giving him much to work with. If anything, it's forcing him to have to try to create scoring options himself. And gets a under edge to that one, but Brian Charles does well at slip.
End of the over. 405 for 3. Yeah, 30 runs have been added in the hour and 5 minutes after tea break. Jediah Blades will continue from the northern end. Don't know if Graves may want to mix things up. Probably bring on one of his spin bowlers, either Bishop or Charles, from the southern end. At least have the batsmen thinking. I mean, now they're getting a steady attack of pace, well, fast medium bowling.
It's another good delivery there, but once again Django having problems holding on to it, and even though that was a straightforward take, probably just not seeing the ball into his gloves like he should. Taking his eyes off of it, just picking up the line and thinking that the ball will always stay on that line, but a lot of times when the ball passes the wicket, it tends to move sometimes. It's a much better take, but again you could see him, this is a ball that is outside the off stump and he's taking it outside of his left pad. So he's so far across. Of course, compensating for the angle from the left-handed blades.
Mola wanted a single. Guess he may want to get away from Graves and deal with blades. Bretzke coming in the middle so low down. He may have been thinking he could have some liberty to play a lengthy innings, I should say. But he has not been given the license to do so by the pair of Blades and Graves.
That's well played, but again, timing is off. Can't get it past Solozano.
Not much activity going on with the fielders.
We see the ground staff again just kind of inching towards their covers. Don't know if there's a slight drizzle on the ground. Well, yes, there is a drizzle. But nothing too heavy. You see the umpire looking up to the heavens, trying to figure out where the rain is coming from. And if we should...
Well, they are moving slowly to their covers, just as slowly as Blades is moving to his mark.
This time they're going to sprint for the quick single. The return, it actually hits the stump, and making it quite comfortably in the end. Good bit of fielding, and actually hit the stumps. And good backing up as well.
Bishop for point. Fielding at point and was on point with his throw.
So just a 1 run resulting from that. 117 overs now, 406 for 3. It's been a long day for the West Indians.
Been a long day here for us as well. I could only speak for myself, starting to get a little tired, but we all have to solely on. Shamar Springer will replace Justin Graves from the southern end.
Slipped away nicely. Should get a couple.
Yeah. Was able to get it past diving Solozano, who was moving to his left from mid-wicket. Two runs to Bretzke, moves up to 5. Defensively played to Graves. Because Bretzke really doesn't want to just hit out for hitting out sake and lose his wicket. So I guess he's just trying to get acclimatized to the conditions.
I think they've basically, all of the batsmen have come to the wicket with a sense of purpose. Obviously, they've been given instructions as to how to approach things. And they've all adapted very well.
That one kept low. Bresky had to lunge forward to keep it out.
It's a good delivery, but again, because the batsmen are watchful, they're not chasing after anything. Remember that game I was telling you about earlier between India and Sri Lanka?
Uh-huh.
It ended in a tie. Because at one stage they had lost 5 wickets, but India needed about 97 runs.
Yeah.
Then they lost 2, and they still needed another 50 or 60 runs. And then, would you believe, Sri Lanka takes 2 quick wickets, 2 and 2, and the game ended in a tie, 230 for 8, and 230 India all out in 47.5 overs.
Are they going for it to go over, or the match will just be officially declared a tie?
But that's a beauty of a delivery. And he's out. That one just touched down, hit the edge, and Django held on for dear life. And that should be Bretsky going for 5.
Yeah, he really didn't look too comfortable in the middle. Maybe his mind may have been not at his best because he was coming in low down in the order. But it was a well pitched up delivery from Springer. Batsman had to play. We're back here at the Brownlow Cricket Academy. Nandri Burger is the new batsman, facing up to Shamar Springer. And the Trinidadian and me will want to make light of a situation. Nandri Burger. Wonder what will happen to him when he decides to go for something to eat. And he's asked, "What's your name?" And he replies, "Nandri Burger." Let me see. Would you want beef? Would you want shrimp? Chicken? I'm trying to be hilarious. It may come across as wacky. But imagine if Nandri Burger was batting at one end and at the other end was Alistair Cook. Or Alan Lamb. That being said, he's at the middle to do a job. More or less, we may see Rian Mulder now taking a more aggressive path. Matthew Bretzky really struggled to get going.
Even Mulder himself hasn't really set the place up fire. He's 17 from 45. But he has played. He's looked assured when he played. Of course, tomorrow there's a big quarterly meeting. Tomorrow for the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Amendments to the board's constitutions are on the agenda.
And there has been some controversy because the Umpires Association, there may be moves to
Of course,
not allow the Umpire Association voting rights.
to vote in that, because taking away of the Trinidad and Tobago Umpires Council's affiliate member status. A 2/3 majority vote would be needed to bring this proposed amendment into effect. If such happens, then the TTCUC would no longer have voting power within the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board and could also be replaced as the body responsible for providing officials for matches in TNT. So it should be a bit of a showdown there tomorrow. According to the TTCUC, local umpires are expected to show up at the meeting to show support for their body. The central zone of the TTCB, headed by Kelman Cowlesser, who is also president of the Umpires Council, outlined the difficulties it has with the move, stating that our specific cause of concern is the reported intention of the TTCB to remove the Umpires Council as an affiliate of the board, as well as the intention to remove zonal umpires bodies from their respective zones. And goes flashing at one, and really a teasing delivery, so wit. The Central Zonal Council, as well as all zones within the country, stand to be adversely affected by this surprise move done without consultation, and urges the board members to halt the process. So we'll see what happens tomorrow.
Never a dull moment in Trinidad and Tobago cricket. There was an incident that happened earlier this year, which
That's a full pitch delivery, kind of surprised him, and you could see trying to keep it out. Really surprised him. He just seemed shocked by it all. He played it well in the end. He didn't spoon a catch. He just somehow kept it out in front of him.
Yeah, as I was saying, there was a situation involving the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and the former treasurer, earlier this year. That is now a legal issue. Well, that has resulted in legal action being taken by the treasurer. So I hope that this matter involving the umpire's body does not go that same route.
It's the end of the over. For a moment, I thought the ball was going down the leg side. Somehow he played a pull shot and it ended up at cover. So, bit of a surprise there in the end. But the score just ticks over now to 408. So they haven't really like raced on since they have gained the lead here, South Africa. But they're probably just batting on. There is Michael Ragunath, the match referee, having a discussion there. So of course, with the athletics starting in earnest, now they're going to bring the covers back on. It seems as if the drizzle is getting a little bit heavier. So the umpires are not taking any chances at all. And they're going to ask the ground staff to bring the covers on as a precaution and not allow the wicket to get too much. I don't think this could be a long delay, but you never know. The clouds are right overhead at the moment. So Berger is on 1. Thank you very much. Welcome back here. And even though we don't have like a heavy downpour, there's a slight drizzle about, and there are some clouds building up. And as you can see, there's water beginning to accumulate on the covers. And the umpires have decided that that will be that for today. And so South Africa have reached 408 for 4 at stumps on day 3, so they have a slight lead. It's really just a lead of 11 runs at the moment. And the not all batsman, Mulder, is on 17. And the last batsman, Nandre Berger, he is on 1. So those are the 2 not-out batsmen. The wickets again, Phillips, Smith, and Blades picking up the 1 wicket today, that of Keshav Maharaj for 11. And that essentially is where things are. We've had a splendid batting display. First was Aiden Makram with his 82 before he retired yesterday. Today, Temba Bavuma resumed on 36 not out, was painstakingly slow at times, but eventually got to 51 before he retired, as did David Bingham, who resumed on 35, went on to get to 74 before both he and Bavuma retired. Then they were replaced by Ryan Rickleton and Kyle Varian, and they put on another splendid partnership, 80 and 66 respectively. Before both of them eventually retired. And then Keshav Maharaj and William Mulder replaced them at the crease. Maharaj was the one to go for 11, caught at the wicket caught at slip by Charles off the bowling of Blades. And he went for 11. It was 403 for 3 at that stage. But since then, William Mulder is 17 not out, and last man, or rather the 4th wicket to fall, I should say, was that of Bretsky. He was caught at the wicket by Django off the bowling of Springer. It was 408 for 4, and that is where we are at the moment. Nandre Berger is on 1. Mulder is 17 not out, as the umpires have decided that they won't force the issue today. And so play will resume tomorrow with South Africa with a slight lead of just about 11 runs, 408 for 4 at stumps on day 3 of this encounter. So a wicket apiece for Phillips, Smith, Blades, and Springer. They are the wicket takers for the West Indies. So the scores here, once again, the West Indies Championships, 397 all out. And South Africa in reply of 408 for 4 with 1 day to go in this game. Again, the West Indies naming their squad today, and I'm sure a lot of folks will have a lot of discussion on that. We'll certainly have more on that in subsequent broadcasts. But for now, as we leave you from the Bailara Cricket Academy with the news that South Africa batted all day today, and they reached 408 for 4 when the rains came, drove the players off one last time for today. So they enjoy a lead of 11 runs over the West Indies, and that's where play will resume tomorrow, weather permitting. I'm Ross Kumar. Thanks for joining us. Do look forward to your company again come tomorrow.